AI DJ instead of my daily mix. I don't know if you guys heard that hey, what's going on? But fucking click the AI DJ instead of my daily mix. That's a sign of shit to come, guys. Can we kill me? Can we kill me? Oh man.
My name is Jeff.
Ugh. Hello. Hello. My ass could not wait like 40 minutes or half an hour, I guess. So here I am, bro. Here I am. I'm here early. We're back. We're back. Oh my god, this lighting is terrible. Come on, bruh. Well, it's gonna have to do. Anyway, you guys want to see something cool? Bam! That's all my washi tape. And today we're doing painting. Wait, you can't see it. Painting. Painting. We're doing painting. Also, I'm wearing my Mothman shirt. Because I had to go out and grab something that I think is very cool. It's very cute. My mom got it for me technically as a gift. And look. Look. Wait, you can barely see them. It's a set of fake nails that look like lined paper. I don't want to put them on just yet because it's really hard for me to like do stuff with them. Because I'm not used to having long nails. But it's cute, isn't it? It's cute. Yeah, these are just generic. These are just like not. I don't want to say generic. They're custom made, but they're just lined paper. They're not specifically Atlas Anarchy or anything. But my mom got them for me. And they're very very cute. Very very cute. I don't even know if they fit very well, but I don't give a shit. I probably if I don't wear them, which I hope that I do because I also don't really want to. I don't want to lose them. If I don't wear them, I might just like hang them up somewhere. You if you got nails. You if I got nailed. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, you got me. You got me. To get some press on rings. Yeah, I mean, I have like a whole kit for them. Oh wow, I have an empty bottle in my drawer. Man, I'm a freaking mess, bruh. I have like oh my god, the goon is back. The goon. The goon. The goon again. What the fuck is happening, the goon? Two-time goon gift. Wow. 6161. It's actually 6-2 now, but thanks. Thank you for the $5 and the $5 again. So I guess technically thank you for the 10. But yeah, I'm gonna show you guys my washi tape because I have a bunch of washi tape and we're gonna use that to, at least for this first warm up, because I have a little cup here. I found the ugliest color ever, and I turned it into that. There's a lot of reflective things over here, so if you do see my face at any point, just pretend that you don't. Okay? All right. I really like that color. This color? This color? Well, I guess in person it's not as green. In person it's more yellowish. But this is going to be our water cup. And this is going to be it's like a pistachio piss. Yeah, okay, man. So we're going to try one of these gouache paintings over here. This is my gouache gold bullshit. There's no room on my desk. There is no room on my desk. Every day after the streams I just shove everything to the side and I put my tablet back in front of me. But I don't actually clean up because I'm terrible. Which is why you can still see like pieces of stuff that I ripped up yesterday. Here's a fun fact about me. I actually don't have a garbage in my room, like a garbage can. I don't have one. I've never heard of them. Anyway, I had a moment way back when where I was really into journaling, and I got really into that. And I ended up buying a bunch of washi tape that now just sits and rots in my drawer. This is God, you can't barely fucking see it. But they're like little they're little hedgehogs. There's little hedgehogs in there. These are little hedgehogs. They're very cute. My friends love to liken me to a hedgehog whenever they tell me what my gay little fursona would be. So I found hedgehog tape. It says made in Japan. New goal, buy Alice a garbage can. It's useless. This is Kuromi tape. Tape Japan. It's stuck on my nail. This is Kuromi tape. I have a bunch of Kuromi stuff. I think my favorite Sanrio character is probably Kuromi. Um, my mom's favorite Sanrio character is Choco Cat, even though she doesn't really know what Sanrio is. This one is just empty. I think that this is a roll of double-sided tape that has one piece left. This is just like, I don't know what this is actually. I think these are supposed to be fireworks. I think I got that from Daiso. A bunch of these are from Daiso because I used to live next to a Daiso. Just a bunch of like little glittery ones. A bunch of like pink and cutesy ones. And this is all like flowers and stuff, but because of the because of the video quality, it looks like throw up. I've got little sharkies. I love this one. This one is so cute. I think I got this from a throne gift, and I've been so afraid to use it because it's so freaking cute. I'm pretty sure that this was a throne gift. I love it. It's so cute. It's so cute. I probably will be using a couple of those today because I like them. Oh, Miffy. I have Miffy tape too. Hi, Jeannie. There's a Miffy tape right here. It's cute. It's Miffy. I never like watched Miffy stuff. I just really like for some reason, a lot of the Japanese stores that you can find around this place are really addicted to Miffy items. So I'm like, whatever. There's a Miffy shit all over the place where I live because I guess there's a pretty high Asian population, and she's really popular in Asia. I don't know, but everywhere that I go, there's always like at least a couple hundred Miffy items, Miffy plushies, and washi tape, and whatever the fuck else. I think that this is just some kind of like astrological kind of shit. I don't really know exactly what it is. I think it's just like gems and stars and stuff. It's cute though. Um, let's see. She's of Dutch origin. Well, yeah. Well, that makes sense because there's also a bunch of Moomin stuff everywhere, and isn't Moomin also Dutch? I can't remember. I can't remember. Ugh. We got some Sakuras. That's cute. I might use this one too, just because this is a very generic one. Finish is. I'm not. I just started. Anyway, Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse. Swedish from a Finnish. You're not even gonna laugh at my funny joke. My mods don't like me, guys. Oh, there's another Kuromi washi tape in here. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? More flowers and gay shit. And even more flowers and gay shit. This is like my All my washi tape is like flowers and gay shit, and then kuromi. Flowers, gay shit, and kuromi. Okay. Who wants to sacrifice themselves and be the test subject for this card stock doodle? Because I want to try to do excuse me. I want to try to do a drawing. I want to try and do one of the cardstock doodles with gouache. But I don't know, so it's going to look kind of ugly. If nobody wants to, then I will just make something up. Never listen to your mom. We will never listen to your mom. You will never listen. Draw what you think the goon looks like? I don't know what you look like. No, not a sketch request. We're not doing sketch requests during the donathon. That would kind of defeat the point. I won't get paid till next week, Sag. Wait, I have seen you before. I forgot. I absolutely have. That joke doesn't work. Goddamn. I need a volunteer for someone to be my test subject. I will do a cardstock doodle for you. However, comma, it's going to be sucks because I have to do it with gouache. Gouache. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's also going to be uneven because I cannot be asked. I've watched 3 tutorial videos. I used to do this in school, but that was several years ago. I cannot draw your creature ass from memory. I don't know what you look like. Okay. I still have this fucking thing next to me. Hey, I should show you guys my stickers too. Look, I have several stickers of men in maid outfits. I also have several vegetables. I also have bread and bread products as stickers. I also... New tip from Cole says, you want to draw one of my OCs or one of yours? Either or works, man. Either or. It's up to you. And thank you for the fitty. You're a bread product? I wish. In the ever famous words of Bow, I need to be bread. That's what she was talking about, right? Can you do brown? I might be able to. Hold on. That's a great question. That's a great question. Actually, oh, wait, it's over here. Yes. I can do Ocker, Ocarina of Time, or Burnt Umber, or Earth Yellow. I can also mix them, but I'm trying to be funny for the bit. I could also do Deep Red, or Ponciao, or Nipples yellow. Naples yellow. Nipple. It's Naples. It's Naples. It's Naples. Sorry. Nipples yellow. Go to the doctor for that. Child who grew up reading pronunciation. Shut up. Shut up. I still call it a remote control because my parents say it backwards. Jaundice tits? That's disgusting. Guys, this is not the energy I want. Oh! Sticker! Ramen sticker! Ramen sticker! Sticker ramen! Sticker ramen stickers! Ramen sticker! Soy sauce! Sticker ramen! Ramen stick. No! Not ramen! No, that's not what I said. Anyway, wait, I have a sticker of you, chat. I have a sticker of you. Look. That's me right here, and that's you down there, right here. That's you, and that's me. I have a sticker of us. That's a sticker of us, just so you know. That's you, right down there. We came out from out your ass, yeah. Yeah, you're butt babies. You're butt babies. Ah! More bread! More bread! So much bread! Why do I have so many stickers of bread? Wait. Wait! Flames and Star! Flames and Stardust! Birch! I have bird stickers. I didn't remember that I had these. Look how fat these fuckers are. Oh my god, look at those fuckers on the bottom. Those are some fat tits. I don't know if they're tits. I don't actually know. Oh, there's one with there's a little guy in a he's like in a little thing right there. And it's cute. It's cute.
Boobies.
No. It's a birdies. Sit up a row. Sit up a row. Sit up a row. Oh man, I haven't looked at these forever. I haven't looked at my sticker sheets in so long. Come on, come on, come on, come in, bum 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 bum, make it all right. Question that'll be relevant in a week: pen or pencil? Pencil. I feel so numb, yeah. What have I done? I feel so bad. I feel so numb, yeah. Oh, also look at this cute mouse sticker sheet that I have. Joe Canvas sent this to me while he was because he went to a convention that I was not at, and he said that they had stickers of Iron Mouse, and I'm like, oh my god, get those to me right now. Yeah, listen, her little mousy stickies. Yeah, I have one of them on my thing right here. Joe is such a cool guy. It's true. He got me a bunch of like little trinkets. He got me a bunch of Golshi stuff. Look at all my Golshi stuff. And this Iron Mouse keychain. And this CL thing. And another Golshi. She's upside down. So much Golshi, dude. So much Golshi. Green cheek conure. Oh, you have one of those? What's your bird's name? Gochi. Oh, so cute. Okay, let me move all my shit over. Let me see if Hardstock has given me what we're meant to be doing today. Oh, make it all right. Come on, come on, come on. Boom, 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 right. Okay. Now let me see. Her name is Sammy. Oh my god, my dog's name is Sammy. You got a 9 crown career with her the other day? Dude, my gold ship is like super excuse me, is super unreliable. I mean, I know that's like the whole point of gold ship. I can't find my colored pencil. That's the whole point of gold ship, but my bitch does not fucking listen to me. You pulled Agnes Digital? Fuck. Fucking Christ, man. I want that bitch. I want that Yuri bitch. Okay. I don't know where my pencil went, so I guess I gotta get a new one. A word up. It's the code word. I got a gold sheet with 1200 speed and 1000 power that kills on miles. I got my stupid daughter that doesn't listen to me. So. And you know the reason why. Mijoshi install, so true. I'm trying to like make room for my entire body. Okay, well, let's get the main sketch down. You did your first Unity Cup run yesterday. How did it go? Did you get your ass beat? I got all the way through first try, but only got a B plus. Oh, dude, shit's terrible. Unity Cup has stolen everything from me, and yet I continue to play. I want Manhattan Cafe so bad, dude. I really want Agnes Digital, and I might pull for her, but I really want Manhattan Cafe, dude. I'm saving for Cafe, yeah. I was originally, and then I was weak willed, and now I don't have that many carrots. She's too cool to not pull for her, dude. She's literally me for real. What are these big portions of the horns? She's got like Cole, this character. She's got these like really big like wedges behind her head. Are they horns as well? Oh, excuse me. You can ignore those. Okay, slay. I will. Ignore what? She's very cute though. So guess what I watched yesterday? I call her macchiato. Oh, that's cute. Pornography? I wish. Okay. Unfortunately, that sketch was a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be. Give me a second. H Bomber Guy? No, I watched Has Been Hotel. I watched Has Been Hotel, and it sucked ass. I watched the finale of Has Been Hotel, and it sucked ass. Ugh. Okay. Let's see. It's upside down. Okay, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna take all of this bullshit on this side of the thing, and I'm going to slide it off, and I'm going to put it on my bed. I've been co-sharing my bed with my art supplies. It's been great. So I'm gonna put this over there. This is gonna go back in the drawer because I don't need scissors right now. This is gonna go here for now. This is to fucking, yeah, sure, why not? Did you expect otherwise? I don't know what I expected, but it definitely was not good. I'll tell you that. Oh, there's another thing here that says all of the colors. It's not that I expected otherwise. It's just that I didn't know exactly what I expected. And it turns out that what I did get, I did not like. Atlas is the #1 hate watcher of Has Been Hotel. I'm the only one that does it right. Listen, man, there's a lot of people that like watch Has Been Hotel, and they're like, why is this like tiny little nitpick so horrible? And it's like, I can nitpick and also have genuine criticism. I do both. Oh my god. Went in with no expectations and still got disappointed. Yeah, no, it's exactly what Ninja Turtle Man guy is saying right now, is that you go in and you're like, okay, well maybe they'll change the status quo somehow. Maybe something will change. Maybe something new and interesting will happen, and it just doesn't. Like you think that you're going to you think that you're going to be able to at least they're going to change the status quo in some way. But the guy that's been terrorizing everybody for the entirety of the season doesn't die, doesn't really get any kind of comeuppance, and his final fight is with Alistair, who is the writer's fucking barely disguised baby boy. So obviously Alistair isn't going to lose to him, and he's been spending the entire fucking season sitting in a chair going, I'm very clever, you know? So like it's there's no stakes for me. So when like Vox is a very interesting villain, at least to me. And I enjoyed him as a villain. I think that he had a lot of potential. I think that his backstory was kind of shit because it was really generic. And they mentioned at the beginning of the season that he was some kind of what's this thing called, cult leader, but he wasn't really. I mean, like we didn't really see any of that. We ugh, oh my god, these things are really in there. We didn't really see him as a cult leader. We saw him as like a dude that was kind of climbing the social ladder as he was like a newscaster. He was a newscaster, which was, you know, interesting, I guess. And what he would do is that he would constantly kill people who were more successful than him, and he just kind of rose through the ranks that way, I guess. I suppose. You gotta admit that the music is fire, though. The music is good. I like the music. I didn't like the final. I didn't like the final song though. The "Hear My Hope" song felt kind of um full of itself. Um, Also, the ending has Angel Dust return to his abuser, which I guess makes sense, but like they just kind of let him do that. They just kind of let him walk away, which is funny because during the final thing, he's like with everybody else and they're all singing together and blah 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 blah. But for some reason at the end, Angel is like, "Yeah, I'm still too broken to hang out with you guys, so I'm just going to go back to my rapist and I'm going to vibe." And they're just like, "Angel, why would you do that?" And then nobody like follows him. And Cherry Bomb is like, "Don't worry, he'll come back. He always comes back, you know, like Five Night Freddy." And I guess the way that they're starting the only change to the status quo is the fact that Angel isn't there anymore. That's the only change. Yeah, Viz needs to stop. She needs to stop sucking Val's dick, because Angel's rapist becomes like one of the most popular people in hell. And like it makes sense when you think about it. It does make sense, that kind of direction. But I still don't like it. Where it's like the whole theming of this season was like the whole theme of the season was um how people in power will alter the way that the media is and the way that certain stories are represented. So basically, it does make sense, I guess, that Val ends up being like this big head honcho, and or he ends up being the one that is credited with most of the savioring, I suppose. But I don't know. It still doesn't feel great, especially because like completely unironically he joins the rest of the people at the end. All of the hell overlords or whatever the fuck get together and help Charlie and the angel at the end of the episode to prevent everybody from dying, and that's the only reason that any of the other people, you know, reach out and help them. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Hell was watching that event live, right? So wouldn't everybody see him not doing anything? I mean, I guess, but fuck you. No explanation. It doesn't even matter. Who cares? I think I put too much paint on this. Um, I need to do a color wash first, and I just didn't do that. Yeah, like that is what I was meaning to do before. shit dries fast, bro. Hey, Paper, good luck on day 3. Thank you. I'm very nervous, but I've been nervous this entire fucking, donathon, so I guess that's not new, huh? Paper is gonna reach her goal. I admire how much confidence you guys have in me. If only I had that confidence in myself. Oh. Where's white? Okay. This is my first donathon, and I'm really. We're gonna crash! I hope my debit card arrives before the donathon ends. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't have anything this week, we're gonna come back on the 29th, and we'll have more opportunity. So anything that we raise on the 29th will still go towards the donathon. People get paid bi-weekly typically, so the 29th might bring favorable numbers. Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm just hoping that we get to it because otherwise the money for the model is just a little. I mean, it's just obviously it's going to be a little bit anxiety inducing regardless, but we'll see. And we'll be on the front page then too. That is true. conquering the worm. Through the ditches and burn, through the witches and slam in the back of my slam through the ditches and burn, through the witches and slam in the back of my. Oh my god. Ah. 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 Oh my god, these are so stuck in here. Let's see. Bit too blue. Where is my super suit? Knuckle crack the bone 21 win. Atlas Anarchy full of eggs. What? No. Suspiciously egg-shaped lump in my throat. Bro. Ah! 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 Oh, it splooged on me. Ah. Ah. Ah, brother. This guy stinks. Stop the stream, this girl eating eggs. What the hell? I concur. Stop the stream. This girl knows not what she talking about. That's too much black. I need more. I need more. I need more. I need more. Wait, I actually pulled the exact right amount of black that I needed. Dude, what if I was damn, it feels good to be a gangsta. Beautiful. Get in there. Are there better what? Are there better? Oh, it's too thick. Oh my god. It's also too thick. It's not what I was thinking for. Why am I covered in paint? Song requests are still active. Yep. Oh, it was too much water. I used too much water. Too much water. Too much. I used too much water. Stop reminding me to save. That's not how this works. She's gonna gamble it all away and spend the rest on cheese crackers. How did you know? I have a problem? Yeah, and its name is Flames. Oh. Oh. Chat stages an intervention, but I like whatever's wrong with Atlas. There is nothing wrong with me. What's up, Lenink? 13. Hello, Raiders. What's up? Oh my god, I'm so bad at painting. Raiders, I think I might have to die. Hello. No, don't boo womp me. It's true. Ah! I'm so bad. This donathon is to raise funds for Atlas Anarchy. Big jar full of pennies. She's gonna go to the bank with a check and pull out it all in pennies and put it in a jar and then roll that jar down the stairs. Big false smackhead. How do I paint? How does one paint? I don't know how to do it. You put the color on the brush and you put it on its paper. You've been watching me this whole time. You can tell that I'm doing that and it's not working. What type of paint are you using? I'm using gouache. Gouache. Just be better. I'm trying. I'm trying. Nobody is telling me how good I'm doing. Nobody is saying, Atlas, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job even though you're sucking ass. Nobody believes in me, chat. Is this it? Is this all I've got? Slummins it like regular jackoffs do? Should I just kills myself? Should I just kills myself? I remember one time when I was doing back when I had my GTA roleplay obsession, uh somebody told me to stop making jokes about killing myself and I'm like, fucking, it's like telling a fish to stop swimming. And they're like, hey, just stop saying that you're gonna kill yourself. And I forget that there are people who like are normal. It's like, sorry, buddy. I'm not actually gonna do it. Tried once, wasn't very good at it. Atlas Anarchy is an independent VTuber from Uruguay who lives in the United States who often jokes about suicide. Ugh. Atlas loves to joke about killing herself. Put that on my trivia page. Atlas loves to joke about killing herself. When the going gets tough, the tough kill themselves. I think the truth of the matter is that nobody understands me. I'm cool and mysterious. And like, it's just lonely at the top, you know? It's just lonely when nobody understands you because you are so fucking cool. You're so fucking cool and nobody likes you because you're so cool. Nobody likes you and you're so fucking awesome and smart all the time and everybody around you is fucking stupid. Always, all the time, and you tell them to do something and they don't fucking listen to you and you're like, what? Me when people ask me to draw stuff on my art stream. You criticize the autism test for not having more specific questions. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? I'm not autistic. I don't have autism. I'm not even on the spectrum. The only spectrum I am is the spectrum of whether or not I'm doing your mom. And buddy, I'm on one maximum end of it. I tell you that. What was your score? I don't remember. It was like 90 something, 1 something, 0 because I don't have autism. Atlas will see a car with a honk if you like pizza sticker and honk. She got the high score. Not the highest out of all my friends. They're just being silly because they think it'll help their point, which it won't. Should I do a Kisike or Rudolph run? Do a Rudolph run. Ah! The autism people called her after to tell her she got the highest score I've ever seen. That's not true. It's not true. It's just not true. It's just not true. You sure are something. I don't know if it's autism though. What the fuck does that mean? You think that you guys are so freaking kind and funny, but the only thing that you are is fucking dumb and mean. I've got something, and it goes thumping like this. All you need is my untis, untis, untis. Why would I lie? Because you think it's funny. Found it, I only got a 17. Stupid. Do you have autism? I'm trying with all my might. Oh my god, all might. Da, 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 da. Nobody can fucking handle me, dude. Nobody can fucking handle me. I'm so fucking cool and awesome. Nobody can understand. Nobody can understand. And when I'm not immediately good at something, I don't take it personally. Ah! No, you don't. No, you don't. You can handle that. Mm-hmm. Ugh. What paints am I using? I am using the HIMI set from Amazon. They're gauche. Gouache paints. Atlas Anarchy, eat the paint. Okay. How was it? It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. Excuse me. This is so hard. I knew it was gonna be hard. I didn't know it was gonna be this hard. Painting is especially hard when you can't use dry brushing to cover mistakes. Dude, this whole fucking thing is a mistake. This whole thing looks bad. Whoa, live action Atlas, I know. Me and my fat little hands. Gotta be Twitch Premium. Nah, man, I just, fucking splurged on a really HD model. But, the devs misheard when I said I want a fat ass. They just give me a fat everything. Ah! It's okay. It's totally fine. I have everything under control. Oh, no, I don't. 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 All right. I have everything under control. Everything's fine. I've got it. I've got it. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do. Why is my thumb... Look, I got a green thumb. Ah, it looks blue on there. Oh, well, it's green in real life. Don't worry. Oh, that's kind of hashtag satisfying. Wait, I love that. Wait, put that back. Let's do that in slow motion. Ooh. All right, we're gonna do what's called a gamer move, in which I give up and try again. All right, all right. Flames, what do you want? What did you do? I am inside your home. Are you actually? Please don't be. Thank you for the 50. Why did you give me 50? Do you want me to draw you something? Oh fuck, that's not good. Okay, never mind. It's fine. No, don't give me $50. Why you give me $50? That's too much money. Go pay your mortgage, or I guess our mortgage if you're in my house. Anyway, an attempt was made. An attempt was made. Round two. She's cute. No, she's not. But thank you. Actually, let me. Can I draw on top of this? No, I can't. All right, let's try this shit again. Let's try this shit again. Listen, man. We gotta try. We gotta try our best every day. You know why? Because who else is gonna do it? I also want to get wasted. I didn't take my medication today because I forgot, which means that when dinner time comes around, I can drink, which is going to be great. Okay. Got prescribed Adderall today. I missed my Adderall. All right, Atlas. You got to lock in. That reminds me to make some chili tonight. That's cool. All right, let's see. Let's get a poll started. Will Atlas rage quit this one? Will Atlas rage quit this canvas as well? Or will she rise above? Atlas will probably quit because she holds herself to impossible standards. What? No, I don't. My standards for myself are very normal. Atlas Anarchy does not hold herself to impossible standards. I hold myself to normal standards. Artists don't know what normal standards are. I do. If I drew a stick figure and told you the honest truth that that's an actual normal standard, you'd call me a slur because that is not a normal standard. That is a stick figure. Ugh. Ugh, excuse me. Okay. Because right now I'm dangerous. Give me something to break. Yeah, no worries. If you can't moderate anymore because you're in jail for killing your boss, then that's fine. No worries. I love that line. Please don't get paint on my fucking keyboard. Hmm. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Wow, 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 wow. Sorry, I zoned the fuck in. Excuse me. Chat, say something nice about me. Say something nice about your favorite streamer, Atlas Anarchy. I don't pay you. Your art is like really pretty. Thanks. Your vertical line is looking very red today. My favorite streamer to vibe with. That's very nice. She's actually funny. Thank God. Because we all know that VTubers are not funny. One time Atlas didn't say something mean to me. Shut up. I sent Rudolph to the glue factory. Dude, how could you do that? How could you do that? Christmas is only 1 month away. How are they supposed to get? How are they supposed to understand how to get from the North Pole to here if they don't have Rudolph to light the way? That's fucked up. Christmas is ruined. She was the only one failing all the Unity Cup races, and she just lost the second to last goal. Never mind. Glue. Call me Gritch then. Sorry. Atlas, you're doing so good. I love you so much. Are you being facetious? Do you know how many people genuinely just never watch movies? No. I don't know any people who don't watch movies because everybody that I know, I make them watch movies. Okay, well, thank you, Flames. I wouldn't say that I'm a cinephile just because I am not. I don't really think that I have a whole lot of movie knowledge, but I definitely am the person that my friends are like, "Hey, can we watch something strange?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I got something." Ah. Ah. Ah, that's really loud. Ah. What the fuck? Why did that start playing that? Whatever. Well, I think that the second try is going a little better. At least this looks more like a person and less like a bunch of bullshit. It still looks like bullshit, but it looks a little bit less like bullshit than the rest. At least in the first one. Mm. Also the little like tiny pieces from the paper that keep getting all torn up. I guess it'll just add texture. Why not? Welcome in, it be Blockhead. Hello. Guys, don't forget that if you do exclamation point dono, you can dono. Don't forget to dono. Oh my god. Why dono though? Thank you for the tip. Why dono though? Give me 1 second. Why dono though? What do you say? They gave me $3. Why dono though? You dono though for great moments with me, Atlas Anarchy, in my chat, such as watching me eternally struggle over an art medium that I am not comfortable with. But I try stuff out of my comfort levels. You know what I mean? So, if I don't know, will you bully me less? Yes, for a little bit. Yes, I will. For a little bit. For a while, maybe. Not sure. But yes. But maybe. I actually haven't drawn on digital in a good while. I keep trying after the streams, but I'm too tired. Remember to press Control plus S. Thank you so much for the reminder. I will. Thank you. Just remember, if everybody watching, all three of you, donate $3, then we'll be at a goal. I don't know which one. You think to yourself, Atlas, why you shilling? Because shilling's all I know. Shilling is all I know. Every 60 seconds, a minute passes in Atlas stream. Together, we can fix this by donating. It's true. You absolutely can help. You too can be a part of the solution. Oh, wait, is this song playing again? I forgot. Atlas doesn't know that I donated with Scrooge money. Whatever. Go my ciudad. Oh no. Atlas, thank you for the $50. I appreciate it, dude. Let me see. Okay. We are 100 away from the next goal. Ow. We're at 2,600 right now. $100. And we're at the fighting games, right? Oh, fucking Christ. Shut up. It's Ciudad Magica Wednesday. Everybody dance. Tú no ven así, por hoy no piensas más. Lunes no necesitas. Me quedo con vos y sigo de largo, voy a buscarte. Que noche mágica, ciudad de Buenos Aires. Si queman las horas de esta manera, nada me espera. Como me gusta verte caminar así. Con vos y sigo de largo, voy a buscarte. Me mata como mutines a todas partes. Si queman las horas de esa manera, nadie me espera. Como me gusta verte caminar así. Pa pararararara, pararararara, pararararara. Pa para para pa 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 para pa 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 para pa pa para pa pa. Ni dar me son suficientes para recordar. Tus piernas bailando son tan mágicas. La noche se presta para mucho más. Y está muy bien así. Por hoy no pienses más. Yo sé que lo necesitas. Me quedo con vos y sigo de largo. Voy a buscarte. Qué noche mágica, ciudad de Buenos Aires. Si queman las horas de esta manera, nadie me espera. Como me gusta verte caminar así. Me quedo con vos y sigo de largo, voy a buscarte. Me mata como te mueves por todas partes. Si queman las horas de esta manera, nadie me espera. Como me gusta verte caminar así. Ah, qué mágica ciudad de Buenos Aires. Como me gusta verte caminar así. Me quedo con vos y sigo de largo, voy a buscarte. Me mata como te mueves por todas partes. Se queman las horas de esta manera, nadie me espera. Como me gusta verte caminar así. Para pa pa pa. Oh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys remind me when in like an hour and like 15 minutes? Because I have all of my clocks covered by art supplies and my tablet and my water bottle. So like I have 3 screens and none of them are showing me the clock. And I need to order my clockless anarchy. It's true. I need to order my food later tonight. So, all right, I'll be right back. Partners in crime. Partners in crime. I haven't heard that song in a long time. Okay. See, you can't see my water bottle because I have it all the way over there so I don't conflate it with my paint water. Okay, that's a lie. Flames is not in my room right now, and I don't have a ton of open orange juice containers. There's only 3. I don't know why, but whenever I listen to Ghost, I think about Trevor. They kind of have the same vibe to me. I like Trevor. Kate Wolf, 2010. Thank you for the. Hold on. Oh my god. People that were born in 2010 are 15. Are you 15? Fuck me, dude. You had to do the math on that? Yeah. I had to make sure. Knowing me, there's a possibility I could have done that wrong. People born in 2007 turned 18 this year? No, that I know because my brother was born in 2007. I've already dealt with that. Did you have to pull up a calculator to No, I was typing something unrelated. I was doing the numbers on how likely I am to score with your mom tonight. It looks like 100%. You're not treating me this way. I just said that I like your old man OC. I didn't get to draw anything cute for Trevian Tuesday. I just had to use one of my old ugly sketches. You like all my old man OCs? Well, I like that one the best. Because you're a little freak? Yeah, he's hot. I don't know. Oh, look, it looks like hooves. Looks like little hoobsies. Or a pussy. I don't know. Taden. I took your hand and then we both started running. Both started running. Go. And then we both started running. Both started running too. Whoa, whoa. Oh, I love this song. I took your hand and then we both started running circles. Been through these labyrinths I find. But in this real life, heaven's waiting. It took my hand and then we both started running. Both started running. There's no place to go. And we both started running. Both started running too. Whoa. Don't ever look back. Then we both spun around in circles. Oh. Flames, every time I hear this song, I think about Clara and Eagle. I'm thinking about them right now. So cute. I love this song. Took my hand and then we both started running, there's no place to go. And we both started running too. Oh, don't ever look back. And we both started running circles. Oh. Take me for a ride, I'm the one you pushed aside. Now it's coming back to you, no, it's coming back to you. Now looking down the tunnel down, yeah, it's coming after you, yeah, it's coming after you. I want more gasoline than around the fire that we once believed in. I think Atlas would make a good beaver. What the fuck does that mean? Of greed to come around and have another round on me. Snake is in the grass when you're living in the past. Say what you gonna do, yeah, what you gonna do. Or never learn, we'll be cheering while it burns. Yeah, it's coming after you, yeah, it's coming after you. Slim Pickens, well, he does the right thing, and he rides a bomb to hell, yeah, he rides a bomb to hell. Watch the pulse, it quickens after every little sting. If you're gonna go to hell, drink it up, you might as well. Are you really gonna take it like that? Riding on a missile with a cowboy hat and... Give it up the sins of anarchy. Come around and have another round on me. Are you really gonna take it like that? Riding on a missile with a baseball bat and... Yeah, I was like, chasing cars is the Snow Patrol one. Oh, yay, I love this one. When Rome's in ruins, we are the lions, free of the Colosseum. In poison places, we are anti-venom. We are beginning of the end. Tonight, the foxes hunt the hounds, and it's all over now. Before it has begun, we've already won. We are wild. We are like young volcanoes. Wild Americana, exotica. Do you wanna feel a little beautiful, baby? Oh. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. Make it easy, say I never mattered. Run it up, the flagpole. We could teach you how to make boys next door out of assholes. Tonight, the foxes hunt the hounds, and it's all over now. Before it has begun, we've already won. Wild, we are like young volcanoes. Wild, Americana, exotica. Where's my shit? Oh, it's over here. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. That song that you played the other day on the wind, been playing it a lot. The Owl City song? How would you feel if I showed up next Thursday bald? Um, I would not be surprised. By Allie? Oh, that's one that somebody requested, but you're welcome. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling insane. I'm bad at painting. Okay. 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 I don't ever paint. And it doesn't look good, but for somebody that never paints, it's not horrible. It's not as bad as the first try. It's better than the first try, that's for sure. Let me see if this marker works. Don't eat it. It's not that good. I don't. I liked it before I took the marker to it. Now I'm like, eh. I should have used one of my other markers. Brown is almost orange. Hmm. Hi, Lena. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Wood floors they creak innocently down the stairs. I am trying to paint and I'm not very good at it. Matching set of marching clocks of slumbering apparitions that they've come to wake up. Doesn't have to be a Spotify link, it just has to be something on Spotify. Here I am composing a burlesque out of where they rest their necks. Something in their splintered blade and shackle lips. They asked for it. As a girl, you have set your heart on haunting me forever. From the start, it's never silent. Ever since we met, I only shoot up with your perfume. It's the only thing to makes me feel as good as you do. Ever since we met, I've got just one regret to live through, and that one regret is you. How does a heart love if no one has noticed its presence, and where does it go? Trembling hands play my heart like a drum, but the beats got lost the show. You have set your heart on haunting me forever. From the start, it's never silent. Ever since we met, I only shoot up with your perfume. It's the only thing that makes me feel as good as you do. Ever since we met, I've got just one regret to live through, and then letting you go. Ever since we met, I only shoot up with your perfume. It's the only thing that makes me feel as good as you do. What were you up to, Lena? Mona Lisa. And that Night in the Woods? Hell yeah. I never finished that. Though I know it's supposed to be like really good. I just never finished it. It's so freaking good. Mm-mm. Ah, my. Lie down, baby, arch your back, and now maybe I can help you get what I want. Curve your little spine and tell me that you're mine, and all about the game and what you flaunt. Yeah, I know that there's no pleasing you when you know that you're not teasing me. Absolute terror for absolute territory. Are these gouache? Gouache? Yes. Take control. You're so enticing, memorize, man, I don't know how to react. Steal my very soul. More manslaughter than the third impact, yeah. Threatening that plea. Double talking, yeah, I'm shaking, and you know it shows. This kind of girl just can't be beat. Whispers in my ear, take off your clothes. Lie down, baby, arch your back, and now maybe that can help me get what I want. Curve your little spine and tell me that you're mine. It's all about the game and what you flaunt. Yeah, you know that there's no pleasing you when you know that you're not teasing me. Absolute terror for absolute territory. You have to redeem the request thing. It's with channel points. My heart is paralyzed. My head is oversized. I'll take the high road like I should. You say it's meant to be, that it's not you, it's me. You're leaving now in my own good. That's cool, but if my friends ask where you are, I'm gonna say, in an airplane, fried, getting suntan. The cement mixer full of quicksand. Help me, I'm all good at goodbyes. She met a shark underwater, fell and no one caught her. Everything I've ever bought her. Help me, I'm all out of lies and ways to say you died. You all good? Really feels the sting. You were my everything. Jump me on down in love like yours. Come Superman, not Superman even. How could you leave on Yom Kippur? That's cool, but if my friends ask where you are, I'm gonna say, help me, I'm all out of goodbyes. Eastside nightclub, help me. Love lies and ways to say you died. Ah, ah. Enjoy your food. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. It's always nice to see you.
Atlas is best paper of tuber, by a wide margin. Body MTSS.
Thank you for the resub. For the 9 months. Wow, that's crazy. That's a lot of months, bruh. Mm. I made her too pink. Damn it. I was trying to do like a subtle blush thing and it didn't really work out. Oh, fuck. Okay. There was an attempt. Okay? There was an attempt. There was an attempt. I tried my best. I tried my best. And at the end of the day, isn't that what's important? I don't know if it looks great, but thank you. That's very sweet. Ah, no. At the very least, it's better than the previous one, okay? There's that. Love will find a way, that is always true. Oh my gosh, look at how cute that atlas is. Mm. Who should I try to draw now? Within what limits? I don't know. I can't really think of any. I just want to. I want to draw one of my OCs, but I don't know who. Page border. I should do this while we hang out. Corey. Judgment. I think blue will favor the watercolors. This isn't watercolor. This is gouache. 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 Watercolor is tomorrow. Which I am equally as terrified for because I'm also not good at watercolor. All paint is a kind of watercolor. It came free with your fucking paint. Let's see. Good night. Salute to our employed brothers and sisters. I need something to zone out while I talk about something. Chalk drawings? Chalk drawings is chalk drawings. Even oil paints? I don't know. I've never done oil paint. I don't care anymore. I want to draw huge knockers. What is the ratio on physical and digital assignments? Most of them were physical. At least in the first couple of years. Afterwards, it became kind of a, dealer's choice sort of thing. After a certain point, you were just able to choose whatever you wanted to do for certain things. Like if I wanted to do, I mean, like in some classes, it would be like, okay, this is required to do on paper. This is required to do digitally. Though very rarely did they ever require anything to be done digitally because of how much digital stuff was already there. Most people worked on iPads and shit. And I wish that I could have worked on iPads and shit, but I hate my iPad because it's old. And my iPad is like the old generation iPad, which is like in order for you to charge the pen, this is the iPad, right? And the charging point port is in here. It's like where you charge it to plug into the wall. This is also where you put the pen to charge it. So in order to charge the pen, it just sticks straight out like that. I hate those old fucking iPads so much. I still have my iPad and I don't ever fucking use it because it just it's so bad. I mean, they changed that later on. Now it's like now you just have it like you connect it next to the iPad and it'll charge, but I knocked on my fucking desk. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hello. And I know that I did you wrong. Can you trust me when I say that I'll make it up to you somehow? Somehow. Okay. Hello, welcome. My head is stuck in the crowd. She begs me to calm down, says, boy, quit fooling around. I told her I love the view from up here. Warm sun and wind in my ear will watch the world from above as it turns to the rhythm of love. We may only have tonight, but till the morning sun, you're mine, all mine. Play the music low and sway to the rhythm of love. My heart beats like a drum, guitar string to the strum, a beautiful song to be sung. She's got blue eyes deep like the sea that roll back when she's laughing at me. She rises up like the tide the moment her lips meet mine. We may only have tonight, but till the morning sun, you're mine, all mine. Play the music low and sway to the rhythm of love. When the moon is low, we can dance in slow motion, and all your tears will subside. All your tears will dry. Ooh, ooh. La da, la da, la da, la da, 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 And long after I've gone, you'll still be humming along, and I will keep you in my mind. You make love so fine. We may only have tonight, but till the morning sun, you're mine, all mine. Music low and sway to the rhythm of love. Play the music low and sway to the rhythm of love. Yes, sway to the rhythm of love. Are we vibing, chat? I'm sorry I'm not talking much. I'm like zoned in. This is very hard. This is very hard, but I'm trying new things. I'm trying new things. Atlas, you're trying new things. You're not going to be good at them. Trying to see if doing a wash like for the full thing really does help. I'm pretty sure that is how I was taught, but I don't remember. I didn't really work with paint much at the towards the end. I'll say that the light is coming from like over here somewhere. I don't know. And that's why it's darker on one side. Why not? I don't know what I'm doing, Chet. Oh, I just splashed paint water on my keyboard. Not all of it though, so you know, we ball. I need to get a new keyboard anyway. It's just a little drop. It's like right there. But because of all of the abuse that I've put my keyboard through, I need to get a new one anyway. Can we make an Atlas spill counter? No. Duh. You guys seen that fucking SpongeBob Ice Spice uh collab thing? It's like SpongeBob big guy pants okay. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. Couldn't make it past halfway? Okay. There it is. Here you go. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. Big guy, big guy, big guy. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. Big guy, big guy, big guy, big guy. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. I'm just gonna keep looping this until we get our next dono. Oh my god, it says can't play the current song. You were just playing it. Come on. Oh my god, it literally doesn't want to fucking play it. It doesn't want to play SpongeBob Big Guy Pants okay. Come on. Come on. Spotify, please. Hold on, let me close it and open it again. Come on, Spotify, you know it's me. Oh, I really hope that SpongeBob Big Guy Pants okay isn't playing in a random room of my house. There we go. There we go. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants okay. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants okay. for the $10. Thank you for the $3. Okay, I won't loop it, but I am going to play the rest of this. Big guy, big guy, big guy. SpongeBob, big guy, pants okay. 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 Oh my god, that was funny. Okay, how about Squeeze Me? Squeeze Me is okay. Donating more than 20 so Val can't say the unfunny word of the year. I've got terrible news, man. 6-7. Fuck my life. Yeah. 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 Squeeze me. Squeeze me till I drop. It's worse somehow. You should see the music video for this song. It's terrible. Hey, Crunch, by the way. I hope that you've been alright. It's been a while since I've seen you here. I think. I'm not gonna lie, all the days are blending together. Squeeze me. Were you sick? He's popped in. I haven't been present. I was lurking last 2 days. Oh, okay. I was like, where did Crunch go? I thought bro died. Can we mute Val for 30 minutes? Sure. Sean and his only one, only friend. In the ghettos of the ghetto, in the town or the meadow. Someone over the sun, now the ever the time is another begun. Mechanical hands are the ruler of everything. The ruler of everything. I'm the ruler of everything in the end. Let me unfold my legs. Do you like how I dance? I got zirconium pants to slip you into a trance. Do you like how I talk? Do you like how my face disintegrates into chalk? I got a wonderful wife. I have a powerful job. She criticizes me for being egocentric. Your mannerisms into the wall. If this mirror were clear, I'd be standing so tall. On the side of the hill, I was observing the birds circling for the kill. You know, you're making me cry. This is the way that I am. I've been living a lie, a metamorphical scheme. Detective undercover, obscene. Oh no, no, oh yeah. Do a flip it, chip it, dab it, another, and gotta be out here. Gotta have another word to settle, and I'm trying to bell, and I'm mind, and you hear the clock stop when you reach the end. Oh, you know, when you're going to mind, when you get to try and smile. I give it up and smile. It's another guy that whenever I listen to, I think of Trevor. Sand mechanical hands are the ruler of everything. The ruler of everything. I'm the ruler of everything in the end. Looking down, rolling around like a bumblebee, looking to fly, scraping my face on the sky. Oh no, no, oh yeah. Hello, Atlas Anarchy. My name is Ravi, and I'm with the Saying Hello department. May I have a word? Hello. Is that a good enough word? Okay. What about Ugly Girls, Will Smith? You ever think about that? It's a shame your wife is a bitch. Okay. Oh. Take me by the hand, lead me to the land. Yeah, it's Beastie Boys. Oh, it's food time? Alright, let me order. Do you guys like me even though I'm chud failure at drawing and painting? Ugh. We're here every stream. I'm not bad at art every stream. Don't be mean. Ocean man. Ocean man. Anyone else see the Hemi Gouches and get so hungry? No. I think you're alone with this one. I don't like the jelly. I don't like the jelly. Bad touch jelly. Oh my god, she's Slenderman. I'm trying so hard. Oh my god, my fucking There you go. Showdown, ultimate destiny. Or the eye can see. Of ultimate destiny. Of ultimate destiny. Of ultimate destiny. Ba 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 ba. Yeah. Ba da 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 da. Yeah. Ba da ba da da da. Yeah. Solución. Aplicación. You can get your birthday karaoke this year? If you want, you can just ask. Ba 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 ba. Starlight Brigade? Yeah, I can do Starlight Brigade. Let me check on my Uber. It's time for you to know the awful truth. The truth about me and the truth about you, 'cause you're a brand new species. Big cat. Space Nazis. Robert Stack. God damn it. Gonna snap. Leonard Nimoy. Call me back. Try to call you every day. I'm rehearsing what to say when the truth comes out. I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out, 'cause I'm the only one. On your touch tone telephone, I'm the only one. On your AM radio, I'm crying now. Authentic tears.
Hope your donathon has been going good. Atlas 17 heart, Atlas 17 heart, Atlas 17 heart.
Thank you, Plutarch. It's been going pretty good. We're at 6-7. I try to make you listen to me. Call you every day what to say when the truth comes out of my very own mouth. On a unified theory, if I make it to tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out, 'cause I'm the right one. I'm a touch tone telephone, I'm the only one. On your AM radio. Don't hang up yet. I'm not done. I'm an expert. I'm the one who was right all along. Better to be laughed at than wrong. I'm an expert in my field. Ufology, yes, it's all real. Ancient aliens, it's all true. I'm an expert just like you, and like you, I'm a genius before my time. Disbelieving, that's the real crime. Pretty soon they'll discover me in the super sargasso sea. I try to call you every day. What can I say when the truth comes out? I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it to tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out now. Don't telephone. I'm the only one on your AM radio. AM radio. Autism be damn, my Oshi hitting those notes. Not really, but thank you. Now I'm in a cave. Woo! No, Atlas, don't cave dive. Ooh. It's time to nutty my putty, if you know what I'm saying. Someone tell my wife and kids that there's a fucking place called the Devil's fucking Ass Crack, and I gotta go there. When I look up at the sky, what meets my eyes? And I just stand by while the world dies. Starship idling nearby, is it my time? I crawl inside and turn the cockpit clockwise. A crawling voice in the back of my head, screaming, "This is suicide. Did you hear what I said?" Then it fades into nothing with the rest of the light and sound. I'm on my way out, lift off. The firestorm ignites last thoughts of a life by candlelight inside this beating satellite. Halfway between the black and grays, no place for a life to waste away. I'll take the road with all the stakes. Today, so many moons away, I safely say that my heart's true calling was never betrayed. A raise of enemies away, but fears allay. We stand as one, a bond beyond the vast wave. Hidden artist heights and lights up our screens. Ignition bites 1,000 minds, move simultaneously. To a night, a fleet of fire, light jet engines scream, turn the key. This is my destiny. Last night, I'd gladly give my life for one night as a justice acolyte. Light shines only for the blind. Escape the endless stream of space, black seas that I can navigate. Locate the great starlight brigade. We have grown so close. Whoa, yeah. Whoa, yeah. Whoa, yeah. Whoa, yeah, lift off. The firestorm ignites rough thoughts as a life by candlelight inside speeding satellite. Halfway between the black and grays, no place for a life to waste away. I'll take the road with all the stakes. Black nights and dark side battle cries all die once they're in my line of sight. This fight is all I know that's right. No fate, but that of which we make noble as the oath we undertake. We are the brave Starlight Brigade. Starlight Brigade. Oh, fuck. Damn it. A little. Jesus Christ. That was really loud. Why was that so loud? Oh, I hate you, Spotify. You're so fucking glitched out. These guys are very British. Mm-hmm. What's wrong with being British? Nothing. As the Brits would say, I might have mucked this one up too. It seems I've fucked this one up as well. They're Canadian, so I don't know why they sing like that. Probably for attention. The sluts. I've proper mucked this one up. Oh well. I mean, it doesn't look good, but it's like it's much better than the one that I was doing before. Like the idea is there. So I think that washing is the play. I think that's definitely the play. I think that's definitely the play. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry this is boring. I don't know how to play this. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my food. Sorry, I almost played the same song again. Nice boobs, thanks. I tried. My Uber Eats guy is lost. Come on, bro. You got it. Come on, man. You got it. Oh my god, he's out of the car and he's in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place, bro. Please don't leave it at one of my neighbors. Oh, thank God. Please don't leave it at one of my neighbors. It's too cold outside to go to them. Hi, chat. I hope that you guys are still having fun. Oh my god, no! He drove past my house. Please. Please. I'm so hungry. I need my salad, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, Ahmed. Please, Ahmed. You've got it, man. You've got it. It's almost there. You're almost there. Just turn right. Please. Please, Ahmed. Please, I'm so hungry. It's not moving. He's not moving. No, he's not going my boat. He's in a Toyota. Come on, bro. Please. Please. No. No, Ahmed, no. Ahmed, please. Ahmed, please. Please, Ahmed. You can figure it out. You've got it, dude. You've got it. No, no, don't stop there. Don't stop there. Please don't stop there. That's not my house. Okay. Pause, champ. Pause, champ. Please, Ahmed. No, Ahmed, that's not my house. Ahmed, please, just a little bit forward. No, you're driving past it. You're driving past. Yes, stop. Okay, hold on. Let's see if we found it. Ow. Ahmed, my king. He figured it out. He got there. He was also very apologetic. I felt bad. I'm like, it's okay, dude. It's dark. It's hard to see. It's hard to see right now. I've been there. Ahmed pulled through. It's true. Okay. Me and my takeout bags everywhere. Me and my takeout bags. Okay. No! My breadstick! They forgot my bread. No! Oh well. That's okay. That's just extra calories that I don't need. I'm gonna miss my bread. I'm gonna miss my bread. Not the breadstick, I know. They lost it. It's gone. It's gone. They forgot. It's okay. There's croutons in here. That's basically a breadstick. At least I didn't forget the diet Dr. Kelp. That is kind of what it looks like, isn't it? You haven't seen any paintings by me because I'm bad at them. I don't know how to paint. I don't know how to paint. It's taken me 4 hours to do half of 3. These are cool. No, they're not. Is that Kumi? No. It's one of Cole's OCs. Sorry, I'm grazing. Mm. Please. Please, tomato, I need this. Please. I need this. I got it. A crouton just fell off of my fucking leg and onto the floor. I haven't done anything that warrants any of this, okay? What's my drink? My drink is... It's a green tea, like... lemonade or something. I'm not gonna lie, I order it every time. I don't know what the fuck is in it, but it's good. I mostly get it because it's low cal, so. Like 100 calories or something like that, I think. I don't remember. The Shrek shake? It's not a shake, it's a drink. It's a liquid with like the consistency of water. It's not a kelp shake! It's not a kelp shake, it's my green! I hate you. I can't give you a close up, otherwise I'm gonna show my face. Sorry, loud crouton. Speaking of green, let's all donate Atlas from green. I agree! I agree! Where are the nerds in chat? How much is 67 of 4,000? Let me see. Hmm. Just wanted to say I love your stuff and the time and effort you put into them. Please keep up the amazing work you do. Don't forget to take a break or don't overdo it for your health. Thank you. That's really sweet of you, Johnny British. I appreciate that. That's really kind. What the fuck? I've been feeling absolutely terrible as of lately, so I really do appreciate that. Well, not absolutely terrible, but yesterday after I shut off the stream, I felt really shit. I'm sorry for everything that I've said about British people, or at least everything that I've said about British people in the last 5 minutes. What happened to Hardstack that he's been cooking with his insults since the start of the donathon? I told him he has to make one chatter cry by the end of the donathon, or I'm going to fucking dock his pay. And I already don't pay him, so Lord only knows what would happen then. I wasn't even hungry. I feel bad that I'm only turning in now. No, it's okay. It's okay. The problems that I have on my own, the problems that I'm having are almost entirely to do with my own unattainable goals that I set for myself. Wendy Gang released another video, so we're gonna watch that.
On November.
Shut up. He never pauses on a nice frame, does he?
On November 10th, 2025, television actress Allison Mack debuted a new podcast called Allison After Nexium. Although you would never guess Nexium's pronounced that way if you look at it. This podcast will chronicle her journey and life after her involvement with the purported self-help organization and modern-day cult known as Nexium. The podcast
What the hell is that in the background?
received a lot of blowback for giving Mack a platform.
What is that?
As in April of 2019, she made headlines when she was sentenced to 3 years in prison. This was after pleading guilty to blackmailing women who were subjected to sexual humiliation within a subgroup of Nexium, orchestrated by its leader, Keith Raniere. Mack's journey to Nexium was through Hollywood. Born in West Germany to American parents Jonathan and Mindy Mack, young Allison started out modeling in print and commercial ads before studying acting in Los Angeles. Mack's early credits include the television series Seventh Heaven, the Showtime original film My Horrible Year, and Disney's Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. However, it would be in 2001 that Mack would find her big break on the hit show Smallville, which chronicled the life of a young Clark Kent.
Tilda. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the 50. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you, Super Ninja Des. I appreciate it, dude.
Arrest and sentencing came as a shock to many of her fans, as horrifying details about Mack's real-life persona strongly contrasted with the character she played on TV. Primarily in Smallville, the character of Chloe Sullivan, the beloved, loyal best friend of Clark Kent. But according to court records, quote, Mack recruited several women as her slaves. She approached them and advertised the group as a secret women's empowerment sorority. In order to prevent these new recruits from leaving Nexium or publicly disclosing its existence, these women provided collateral. And by collateral, I mean damaging confessions about themselves and their loved ones, sexually explicit photos and videos, and even giving up control of their financial assets. Essentially, tying themselves to the group so much that they couldn't back out. From an outsider's perspective, hearing Mack's admission would easily identify Nexium as a cult, not a personal or professional development organization as it claimed to be. We'll get into all the horrible abuse and evil tactics done to its members later in the video, but the story of Nexium is a modern-day version of a boiling frog syndrome, a respectable facade with a dark underbelly.
Oh shit.
What seems innocent on the surface gradually turns evil, and how seemingly normal, accomplished people attract to that innocent promise of success can be caught in that slow simmer. As one of the more high-profile and modern examples of a cult, the media played an integral part in Nexium and Raniere's downfall, as former members spoke their truth to outlets like the New York Times.
Listening to the stream while playing Papa's Freezeria, just imagining I have two loitering customers, one with voices in their head clearly as my establishment forever. Am I the one with am I the one with voices in my head? I don't have voices in my head.
As details such as blackmail, sexual humiliation, torture, and even branding brought in every true crime junkie from every part of the world. At its center, Nexium's cult leader, Keith Raniere, was propped up as the poster child for the cult of personality. He built his image through Nexium, manufacturing his persona to create a godlike public image. And as a result, he was able to abuse more than
What the
50
fuck is
women
that going
for
on in the
2 decades.
background?
The rise and fall of Nexium is a perfect example of how cults operate, a system where manipulation and exploitation thrive in structure to enable those in power to do the unthinkable. So hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the story of Nexium and the self-help guru who branded his students. This is a story I've been familiar with for a while. As a matter of fact, we covered it back when I was on the Red Thread, but I wanted to give it a run here with some more details and more recent developments in the case and the group survivors. It's also just important to keep stories like this in mind, how people can use goodwill to do something terrible. Before we get into the
Address
video, I
me.
just want to remind you that the Redacted collection is here and available for a limited time.
No!
You can get the WIU
Wendigoon, that's
or
not what I want to know
FYI
about.
hat and jacket, the Manhunt shirt, and this cool journal set for a limited time at the link in the description at wendigoon.shop. Get it while you can, and if you decide to support, it means the world. But if today's topic sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the horrors of Nexium. But before we talk about something terrible, let's talk about something great. Like
Where'd it go?
That's Rample Pack went to gang to AG. We are going to go ahead and get
Who
into
is
it,
that?
but as always, thank you for watching. The Latin root of Nexium, or Nexum, refers to debt, bondage, and slavery in ancient Rome, which immediately should have been a red flag to a lot of people. That is a very odd reference to make for a self-improvement group. Keith Raniere insisted that his intention for the name was in reference to the future. For him, publicly, Nexium represented, quote, the next millennium. But why was he so obsessed with what tomorrow held? Well, for that, we must look at his past. Keith Raniere was born in Brooklyn, New York on August 26,
New York.
1960. As a teenager, Raniere excelled in science and math and left high school early at the age of 16 to pursue higher education at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. But academics took a turn for the worse for Raniere in college, and he would graduate in 1982 with a 2.26 GPA, having failed numerous classes. While he did well as a child, as an adult,
I
Raniere
found
heavily
the
obsessed
crouton that fell on the ground, and I was holding the bag, and I tried to toss the crouton in the bag, and I missed somehow, even though it was like my hand and my hand with the crouton. I got really mad. I'm sorry.
and outright
That's
lied
not like
about his
me.
educational feats, claiming to have spoken, quote, in full sentences when he was 1 year old, taught himself high school math in 19 hours when he was 12, and by 13 had learned 3 years of college math and several languages. This sounds like the stuff in like Kim Jong-un's autobiography, where he claimed to have like beat golf by hole-in-oneing almost every hole on a course and also inventing cheeseburgers. Like, at some point you can just lie and people won't say anything about it, I guess. As a boy, Raniere claimed to have read Isaac Asimov's sci-fi novel Second Foundation, which is about a secret organization of mental scientists that use telepathic abilities to guide humanity. This would undoubtedly inspire Raniere to later try and do the same. After college, Raniere worked as a computer programmer and consultant, per Vanity Fair, before launching his own multi-level marketing company, Consumers Byline, in 1990. For those unfamiliar, and be grateful if you are, multi-level marketing, commonly known as an MLM, is a business where distributors earn money by selling bulk products directly to consumers.
I love
who
MLM.
in turn recruit other
Love
individuals
is
to do
love.
the same. These individuals give a share of their proceeds from the sales to the distributor above them, and so on. Now, the difference between an MLM and a pyramid scheme boils down to the legitimacy of the business. While MLM members earn income from selling to consumers, a pyramid scheme focuses on recruiting new members and their money with little to no emphasis on retail sales. Effectively, you only win if you get more people in on the scheme. A few red flags to watch for in discerning if an MLM is indeed a pyramid scheme includes its emphasis on recruitment for the reasons just mentioned. Things like high upfront costs, claims to easy money, and noticeably, a pressure to join immediately. So, kind of like the military. As far as Consumers Byline's operations, the company offered discounts to its members on groceries and other products, such as dishwashers and even hotel stays. Raniere promised, quote, lucrative commissions to old customers for recruiting new ones. And Robert Bremner, a former distributor, said, quote, Raniere was like a mythological figure. The guy with 240 IQ was coming to town. By the end of 1993, Raniere said that he had, quote, sold $1 billion in goods and services, employed 80 people, and had 250,000 believers paying him $19 a month to hawk his goods. And yes, you heard that right. He referred to these people in what is publicly a business as believers. Once again, probably should have raised some concern. However, according to Bremner, Raniere appeared to, quote, carry no money, seemed to sleep all day, rolled into his office around 10 p.m., and sometimes held meetings at 1 a.m. Business sagged, debt ballooned, and customers complained. Believe it or not, this vague business that had people pay dues and then hurriedly try to get other people on board to get discounts did not end well. The con was up, and regulators in 20 states started investigating. After regulators investigated Consumers Byline for allegedly being a pyramid scheme, Raniere shut down the company and was fined $40,000, despite not admitting to any wrongdoing. Again, quote from People, according to Forbes, he only paid $9,000 of the fine, even though he claimed to be worth $50 million, which he could be lying, but either way, multimillionaire, fined $9,000. I'm sure he learned his lesson. In 1994, 1 year after his settlement, Raniere and his then girlfriend, Tony Natalie, would go on to create a new MLM organization. This one was called National Health Network, another MLM that specialized in selling vitamins, which, those companies are always trustworthy. This company, which he had set up in Clifton Park, New York, would be instrumental to Nexium, as it was here that he met the woman who would become his business partner, Nancy Salzman. At the time of their meeting, Salzman was a nurse and therapist who studied hypnosis and something called neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP, which Raniere also studied because of course he did. The psychological approach of NLP therapist examines and mimics people's language and speech patterns to alter
Dude, I
behavior
have
and
never
achieve
been in a
personal
situation
goals,
where I
which,
thought,
once
oh, this
again,
seems like a
a
pyramid
flag that is
scheme,
red.
or oh, this seems like an
Should have shown.
MLM.
Salzman wasn't
The
off.
second anybody tries to start
She found
talking to
him
me, I just
riveting,
start
and once
barking like a
read the
dog, and they
brochure,
get scared
quote,
and run away.
there is probably no discovery since writing as important for humankind as Mr. Raniere's technology. Okay, well, that's kind of, I can't think of anything that has ever been invented that I would consider with writing, like as important as writing stuff down. The tech that Salzman was referring to was Raniere's
You do that all the time, or just
which
occasionally?
sure,
No, okay,
that's
sometimes
important as
I
writing,
panic and I shit
which
myself.
became the foundation for
But
Nexium's
it has the
curriculum.
same
Salzman became Raniere's spiritual
effect.
guide and his most eager follower. During this time, Salzman treated Natalie with therapy that would become the groundwork for what would become Raniere's next project. Natalie said that, quote, Salzman spent 4 days holed up with Raniere in his offices and emerged as his business partner. I'm sure nothing untoward happened in those 4 days. And those therapy sessions involved, according to CBC, quote, probing and rehashing Natalie's most painful secrets, she says, including the molestations she suffered as a child. In 1998, 8 years after founding Consumers Byline, Raniere, along with Salzman, founded Executive Success Programs, or ESP. ESP would eventually become Nexium. ESP was the set of development workshops that sold executive coaching and self-help seminars. Its early clients included billionaire Richard Branson and BET co-founder Sheila Johnson. And while Raniere started a new chapter in his professional life,
BET.
he would find himself closing one in his personal life. ESP was in his BET co-founder Sheila
There's a white lady.
Johnson. And while Raniere started a new chapter in his professional life, he would find himself closing one in his personal life. ESP was a core component within Nexium, which was the parent organization that operated a hierarchical, it was a hierarchy, that's it, okay. That structure and ranking system for its members. I'm never beating the 3rd grade reading level accusations. Basically, ESP was
Allegations.
the deceptive face of Nexium, used initially to engage people and draw them deeper into the cult. Tony Natalie, Raniere's girlfriend,
It's a
met
dice
him in
game.
1999, but she could not escape his terror. From Vanity Fair, quote, although Salzman would deny allegations of harassment, according to court documents, Natalie's home was broken into. Police were sent to her mother's house. Her family was threatened. Their vitamin company, National Health Network, collapsed, and Natalie, who found herself in debt, filed for bankruptcy. But, again from Vanity Fair, quote, What should have been a quick process dragged out for 9 years as Raniere filed motion after motion against Natalie. In a process, the judge would say, smacks of a jilted fellow's attempt at revenge. I love it in these cases when the judge says something that is just mean. It makes me feel good. It was during this near-decade nightmare that Natalie learned that NXIVM employed a controversial private investigator named Jaral Aviv to monitor her home and look into her private life and business activities. And while Natalie was forced to live in a constant state of panic, NXIVM flourished. NXIVM targeted people who were concerned with developing their professional
Wendigoon, can we
and
please
personal
address?
skills,
Can we
such as
address?
self-improvement, critical thinking, communication,
Address him.
and business. The ESP classes were a mix of self-help techniques, neuro-linguistic programming, or the NLP mentioned earlier, and cognitive behavioral
love
therapy
MLP.
tactics that were
Twilight
modified
Sparkle.
into a proprietary system by Raniere. In other words, someone could interact with ESP and just think it's a standard self-help thing and not know about the inner workings of the cult until you were drawn in. Instead of going by Keith or Nancy, the two founders asked their followers, because they're calling them followers, to call them.
He's crying because
Vanguard
Goonie refuses to
and
acknowledge him.
Prefect. Well, do I
Hey,
have a red
Theo, have
flag?
you
Is that
seen
something I can hold up and
SpongeBob?
pretend it's red? Or hold up the journal.
Have you seen SpongeBob Big Guy Pants? Okay. Sponge. What? You don't know what SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay is? Wait, you don't know what SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay is? Oh, let me inform you. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. I can't breathe. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. Ugh. Can we get a cover of this? SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. 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 Big guy. Big guy. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. Noted. British people hate SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. Cleopatra would have never let her release this.
Cover, but that's like too promo-y. I can't hold up anything that's green because it'll get lost in that. Here, I've got a skull, and that's kind of like a red flag, right? Like warning, danger, you know, death ahead, skull and crossbones.
Patrick's small girl shirt, bad.
This is the red flag now. So the people in your self-help group want to be called Vanguard and Prefect. That's one of these. Nexium claimed to have worked with more than 16,000 people across the globe using a, quote, trademarked method called rational inquiry to help practitioners
The
achieve
skeleton
their goals.
appears.
The intensive multi-day workshop cost up to $7,500, and other branded labels were called the Science of Joy and Meta Theory. Once again, you can just make stuff up and people will go along with it. The ESP attendees would recite Ranieri's 12-step mission statement every day, like the Pledge of Allegiance, but to a guy. So, probably fine. One of the steps in that 12-step statement included that followers, quote, pledge to ethically control as much of the money, wealth, and resources of the world as possible. Also, it's a group of people that appeals to celebrities and billionaires, and one of the things they commit to do is control as much money as possible. It's like a supervillain secret lair. But again, people were just going to this thing willingly. They weren't being forced against their will. They're like, oh, maybe I can learn how to be better at business. And then they're saying a 12-step program about controlling the world. Maybe that's how it works. Maybe that's how people become evil. I don't know. Ranieri was heavily influenced by Ayn Rand, which is why he incorporated a lot of stuff about self-interest. His mentality was summarized best by this direct quote from the mission statement his followers would recite. The world is full of people who try to destroy each other, steal from each other, down each other, or rejoice at another's demise. For Ranieri, it was essential for the survival of humankind that the world's wealth and resources be controlled by the successful, ethical people, which of course refers to Nexium trainees. We're good people. I'm a good person, so I should have everything, and you should have things you give to me. I like that idea. One of the pillars of Nexium was facing your fears, but the leaders of Nexium harnessed these personal fears and used them as penance for their followers' sins, so to speak. To get a sense of what an actual session within Nexium looked like, here's an excerpt of a session between Nancy Salzman and Jacqueline, a 27-year-old psychology student, as described in the New York Times. According to Jacqueline, Jacqueline came to Salzman with a phobia. She had a fear of flying. Quote, one time she had to get off an airplane that had boarded because she became nervous, and when she wanted to get back on, the flight attendants wouldn't let her. Salzman would ask Jacqueline to think back to her childhood, as most Nexium sessions do. Salzman asked Jacqueline a series of intimate questions related to her fear of flying, as well as questions about her parents' relationship. Based on Jacqueline's answers, Salzman, quote, ascertained that Jacqueline believed her mother was manipulated by her father, who forced the family to move often by air. Salzman suggested that Jacqueline's fear of flying, as well as her belief that her father forced her mother into a terrible life, and her inability to be an independent woman were connected.
Ma'am, I
Salzman
feel
came to the
like a
conclusion that
woman.
Jacqueline, like her mother, was in control and had chosen to be a victim. At the end of the session, Jacqueline had upgraded her belief system and insisted her fear of flying was gone. Her homework for the next 30 days was to do one thing that terrified her each day. And on a day when she indulged in a man's attention, Jacqueline had to do 2 terrifying things that day. Already you can see how this program uses trauma, guilt, and fear to control the behavior and thinking of its followers. But none of this would have been possible without the central tenet of every cult in human history: the man in charge. Members viewed Ranieri as a great philosopher, an ethical man, and a scientist who was at the forefront of what humans were capable of. His classroom-based courses lasted as long as 12 hours a day. And outside of these courses, Ranieri emphasized control of habits of mind and body, like food and exercise. Members of Nexium believed that Ranieri could heal them, not only of emotional traumas, but also set them free from fears, attachments, and destructive thinking patterns. Some even believed he could heal them sexually too, as Ranieri's ideas resonated with women, especially wealthy ones. Also, Randall, on the team who reviews these scripts, wrote underneath that line, I thought it was going to say especially
Going to bed, but good luck on the Donothon Atlas. Atlas a 17 head pat, Atlas a 17 head pat, Atlas a 17 head pat.
We see where he
Thank you for the 4 months, McWaffles. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
was at reading this. The thing
Have a
about
good
it can
sleep.
preying on wealthy women makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if you take a look at today's upper class, there's an obsession with self-improvement, a demographic happily served by every corner of the health and beauty industry. People want to be skinnier, younger looking, smarter, and more empowered. They want to break barriers and transform their negative self-talk into positive. And all of these were the tools Raniere used to control women. Wellness was amongst the most unsettling. He would frequently leverage members' insecurities about their weight. Within NXIVM itself, the ideal member was termed potent. As written in the New York Times, quote,
Ew.
not only rich, but emotionally disciplined, self-controlled, attractive, and slender. According to one ex-member, quote, this is the white-collar spiritual path. It seems Raniere's goal was to target people who had issues with their self-image and a lot of concern regarding their self-image and prey upon it. It's no wonder that NXIVM benefited from its rich, high-profile clients. In fact, the group was largely funded by Claire Bronfman, an heiress to the Seagram's liquor fortune, who spent more than $100 million of her inheritance to support NXIVM. As for Allison Mack, according to the New York Times, her glowing testimonials helped bring Hollywood celebrities into the organization. Even the Dalai Lama once spoke at an NXIVM event, thanks in part to Mack's presence.
Why was
How
he
do
there?
you even book that guy? You can just get him to show up for stuff? You can be one like pseudo-religious group and get another religious leader to show up. That's the Dalai Lama. It's not like your local pastor. That's like the Pope, I think. I'm really dumb to Dalai Lama. I assume that's the equivalent. New members of NXIVM learned how to break down one's own identity or replace it with another altogether. In NXIVM speak, it was replacing data with data. When members erased their fears, they could begin doing what they actually wanted to do with their lives, or more accurately, what Raniere and high-ranking followers wanted them to do with their lives. Like a banker who pivoted towards acting, or a school administrator who changed course and started a farm. If you were doing this thing with your life, well, that's the problem. You should do this other thing instead, placing yourself to these people in a position of control and dependence. Some of the core teachings within the various programs included deciding on one's ethics and making them a guiding life force. Members did not make decisions that were not aligned with those ethics. Over time, this guiding principle created strength and character through discipline. Other core teachings include create love. Do not reject your family, unless, of course, your family rejects NXIVM, in which some cases, other steps may be required. Do not be a slave to attachments and fear. Raniere's methods of persuasion went hand in hand with his ability to disorient, presenting both sides of an argument
Discombobulate.
to make his point. He encouraged positive and negative endeavors simultaneously in his teachings. For example, in NXIVM's Society of Protectors, the group's men's club, Raniere introduced a concept called collateral, or collateralizing your world, which meant adding extra leverage to your conscience. For example, let's say someone committed to running every day for exercise before meeting the group for coffee. If that person didn't uphold his word about running that day, perhaps the whole group would forego the next morning's coffee. And while this social punishment concept was certainly strange for men, like if they don't do the thing they said they were going to do, then you don't do something you said you were going to do. For women, this collateral became downright sinister. In 2015, some of NXIVM's female members began approaching other women to ask if they had felt stuck in their personal growth, often starting the conversation with, quote, I want to talk to you about something that will change your life. At this point, a top-secret, female-only subgroup had been formed within NXIVM, with claims of helping select women expedite their own journeys. And unlike the other courses, this would cost nothing. This is in spite of the fact that one of Raniere's core tenets was that, quote, true value exchange was always upheld. In other words, his courses were always paid for, and members could perform administrative tasks or nanny for richer members in order to pay off fees. So it was in Raniere's teachings to always charge for the courses. But to even approach the pitch of what NXIVM was, potential members had to give up something truly valuable. Keep in mind, most of these women were from the upper class, so something like jewelry could always get replaced. No, this collateral was instead something valuable from your personhood, something that could punish or damage you, something that was the purest way to show trust, that if given into the wrong hands could permanently ruin your life. The most common types of collateral were a nude picture or a video where you confessed a crime, sometimes even the deed to your house. But what NXIVM leadership called collateral, you and I would probably call by its more proper term, blackmail. This secret group was given a name to match the extreme levels of dedication it required from those who belonged to it. It was called the vow. Other women refer to this group as Dominus Obsequious Sororium, which is broken Latin for Lord over the obedient female companions,
Eesh.
or just DOS for short. According to Raniere, this group was a sorority. DOS was created in 2015, and its dedicated members say that they started the group themselves when some members pledged ultimate commitment in helping another member who was going through a very rough time. The group then morphed into a, quote, military-style boot camp that was trying to address the place of women in the world to make them realize that they were not victims. And near the top of DOS, one of its high-ranking members was Allison Mack. She had come to Nexium, unhappy with where her acting career was at, and even asked Raniere to make her a great actress again. Allison Mack said of DOS and its twisted recruitment process, quote, "The woman who invited and recruited you to DOS was your master, the representation of your conscience, your higher self, your most ideal." Which, again, I understand how cults work. It's like a slow burn, frog boil and stuff like that. But at what point do you show up to get better at acting and now you're referring to someone as your master and giving them naked pictures of yourself and the deed to your house? At what point are you like, I don't think these are acting classes at all? What these masters symbolized for DOS recruits was someone they aspired to be, which aligned with the whole self-improvement angle Nexium was founded on, and the reason why people were attracted to the cult in the first place. One of them, Michelle, remembers when she was recruited by someone she admired from afar. Quote, "I knew if she was involved, there was probably other badass women involved, and I want to be a badass woman. I'm struggling to do that." As for the women who were initiated by these masters, well, they referred to themselves as slaves, because of course they did. I mean, why not at this point? And also, like with every other cult in the world, this is going to become a weird sex thing because it always does. In DOS, masters helped slaves count calories to deter emotional eating. Oftentimes, these masters would administer acts of self-denial, like taking freezing cold showers or waking up at 4 in the morning just to stand still. There was also the practice of abstaining from orgasms,
Ugh.
believed to be instrumental in healing negative sexual patterns. These slaves were ordered to care for masters, at first by performing menial tasks like bringing them coffee or running errands. According to Mack, the relationship was about devotion and like any spiritual practice or religion. No, it is not. That is not like any spiritual practice or religion at all. I've been around a lot of religious people. Ain't none of them done that. Mack was a powerful recruiter who was able to attract many women. And she also gained a reputation for trying to recruit celebrities like singer Kelly Clarkson and New York Times critic Amanda Hess. One notable yet failed attempt was when she tweeted at British actress Emma Watson. Here's her tweet from January 2016. At Emma Watson, "I'm a fellow actress like yourself and involved in an amazing women's movement I think you dig. I'd love to chat if you're open." It's so funny to have this like master-slave cult and you tweet at Emma Watson and say, "I think you dig." Like such casual language. Her pitch to these women was based on Mack working with, quote, "an organization that focuses on empowering women from the inside out." Mack said at the time of her recruitment, she believed that DOS was, quote, "about women coming together to become our most powerful and embodied selves by pushing on our greatest fears, exposing our greatest vulnerabilities, and by knowing that we would stand with each other no matter what, by holding our word, by overcoming pain." Overcoming pain. That last part's important here, because what DOS actually did in the name of a ritual of sisterhood was to undermine the concept of self-empowerment and self-ownership, especially of their own bodies. It's also one of Nexium's core principles, quote, "pain creates conscience. Do not be afraid of pain." DOS members were invited to homes around Clifton Park near Albany. They were under the guise of receiving a small tattoo as an initiation.
Wait, this is actually kind of
Once they
cute.
arrived, they were told to strip naked and lie on a massage table one by one, while a female osteopath, who was also a Nexium member, quote, "used a cauterizing pin to brand their flesh near the pelvic bone." The osteopath then carved a symbol that some women thought represented a variety of marks, the 4 elements, or the 7 chakras, or a horizontal bar with the Greek letters alpha and mu. However, if you squinted and looked again, the symbol contained a K and an R.
Whoa.
Raniere's
Escargoti. Escargoti. Thank you for the... Wow. Whoa. Holy shit. For the 100. That's crazy. SpongeBob big guy pants, okay? Thank you for the 100. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, dude. I didn't realize the song was in the damn movie. Yeah, it is. Hey, man, that means that we got the fighting game stream. Hell yeah. We got the fighting game stream. Boop, 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 boo. That's 71%. Oh, fuck. Yeah, all right. Next one is going to be Channel Point redeems half off for the rest of the year at 3,000. What you going to learn? I don't know. I have several people who are willing to teach me stuff, but I probably will ask Octopimp to play Guilty Gear with me, and I will see what Dean wants to play.
Unfortunately, not all women were told that these initials were present in the symbol. As part of the ritual, DOS members kneeled and were asked to say, quote, "Master,
no.
please brand me. It would be an honor I want to wear the rest of my life." Although Raniere was not physically present in the room while the branding happened, it's important to note that he was the orchestrator of the ritual, responsible for even how the women were positioned, according to him, like a sacrifice, with the women's legs and hands held down. See, I told you, it always comes back to weird sex stuff with these people. Despite denying knowing anything about the branding, an email from the Times showed that, quote, Raniere wrote a female follower that the design of the symbol used to brand women incorporated his initials as a tribute to him. Like most rites of passage, the experience was intensely frightening. I mean, you're getting branded. Some women wore surgical masks to keep them from breathing in the smell of burning flesh. They leaned on each other as a coping mechanism, telling each other that the brand will look like an ancient hieroglyph, and cried out together, quote, "Badass warrior bitches, let's get strong together." What? Okay. What are we doing? I mean, you're getting branded by people you just met, and you're like,
shit.
This is fine.
Diminished Stream, thank you very much for the tip. For the, RIP 69, I know. Diminished Stream, thank you so much for the 50. I appreciate it, dude. That's really sweet of you. That's really, really sweet of you.
This is cool, even. But lest we forget, Raniere's background was in MLMs, and his experience with these schemes was evident in Nexium as a whole, and DOS especially. Each master was recruited to recruit slaves. For slaves to eventually become masters, they would have to recruit 6 other slaves of their own to form a pod. Each of those slaves was then encouraged to recruit their own 6, which emphasized the MLM-like structure within DOS. At its peak, 150 individuals had joined DOS, which, according to Mac, was like a little family. 2018, when Mac was asked in a New York Times Magazine interview about the cauterized brand, she took full responsibility for the idea. She wanted something more meaningful than a tattoo. But during her time in DOS, Mac was firmly placed in Raniere's inner circle as his personal slave, according to the FBI. Her collateral to Raniere, her master, was horrifying. Quote, "A contract declaring that if she broke her commitment, her home would be transferred into his name and future children born by her would be his.
Holy shit.
So if I ever leave this group, you can have my home and any children I create." That's, value for value, I guess. Additional collateral included a letter to social services that claimed she abused her nephews. The specificity of this letter could lead one to believe that Raniere had it written or coerced Mac into writing it, and should her loyalty waver, it would be dispatched to social services. And of course, her collection of nude photos that she sent to Raniere. Upon receiving these photos, Raniere sent Mac a text, "All mine?" with a smiling devil emoji. He doesn't even talk like a cult leader. He talks like a 15-year-old boy. "All mine?" So not only do you have naked pictures of me, and you can have my kids, and you can have my house, but if I ever leave, here's a letter telling the police that I abused my nephews. There's no acting advice he could have gave that would have justified that. Raniere's views on gender and sex, particularly women, boil down to this: women and men are wired differently, and therefore must be treated vastly differently from one another in terms of controlling them. According to Raniere, quote, "Men are naturally promiscuous, and women are naturally monogamous. Men are repressed. but they have an understanding of right and wrong. Women can be disloyal and get away with whatever they want. You can see where this is building up to. Well, men should naturally be able to sleep with whoever they want, and women should only sleep with one man. And women are actually bad, but men are good. They're repressed, and they keep it in. And this is going to lead with him, with all of them. Yeah. I always wonder with stories like this, if there's one person who like gets out here, like if someone got the brand, they were a part of it, they were down for everything, but then once the harem starts getting created, they're like, maybe I go. Maybe this is when I leave. This belief was very much reflected in Rhaenyra's personal. When I leave, getting created, they're like, maybe I go. Maybe this is when I leave.
Oh my god, where did he go?
This belief was very much reflected in Rhaenyra's personal behavior. Despite the larger Nexium community being told that he was celibate, the inner circle knew he actually had multiple relationships, up to a dozen women within Nexium who were told they could only have sex with him. He demanded that some of them starve themselves to attain his preferred physique, and according to testimony, he, quote, sometimes grunted like a pig when women wanted to eat. Once again, not only is he a coercive serial rapist, but he's being annoying while he's doing it. Now, obviously, when you hear these stories, you wonder how anyone could possibly stay in this group, in this relationship, in this cult. But time and time again, we've seen how the power of belief, the magnetic personality of a charismatic leader, and a slow, steady descent from normal and sane into the shocking and depraved creates a recipe for success for brainwashing people into staying. And also the fact that everyone involved has some really damning blackmail over their heads. So even if they start to get cold feet and think they should leave, they can't. This guy owns their homes or naked photographs of them, which is especially damning to someone in the entertainment industry. Or in Mac's case, a letter from her saying she abuses her nephews. Were members in this culpable for actions they did? Sure. But the true evil lies with the figure orchestrating this whole thing. Now, at this point in the public eye, Nexium had the hallmarks of a legit, successful self-help company thanks to the ESP workshops. Guys like Richard Branson, whose Private Island resort hosted the ESP workshops. Private Island for billionaires with sex cults. Doesn't ring a bell. And the Dalai Lama, who spoke at a Nexium event, gave credibility to Rhaenyra and Nexium. Even to the point where Lululemon, the athleisure company, wanted to potentially use Nexium's curriculum. But Rhaenyra backed out of what would have been a lucrative deal because he recognized Lululemon would sniff out what he was trying to hide. Couldn't have anyone getting too close. And of course, even on the surface business, Keith Rhaenyra was a fraud. Nobody had ever seen him write an ESP module. He claimed to be a classically trained pianist, but no one had ever seen him play the piano.
Pianist?
He claimed to be a judo champion, but had any of his followers witnessed his supposed talents in person? I mean, as mentioned earlier, I highly doubt he taught himself math when he was a preteen. In regard to ESP, he was reluctant to upgrade the company's website or rebrand its image. For Rhaenyra, the company's success was all word of mouth. They didn't need a website. So it made sense that when Nexium members learned about the branding, many of them did leave, but much of the inner circle stayed. Because while the outside members may have heard about the branding and got freaked out, the people on the inside who had the brand had so much blackmail with Rhaenyra that they can't leave. Sarah Edmondson, a former member who was the head of Nexium's Vancouver office, played a key part in exposing Rhaenyra and Nexium's dark secret society. Again, Nexium had a huge front-facing public image with a lot of people involved who didn't know about the disturbing underbelly. And Sarah Edmondson was one of the people involved in that underbelly who ended up being a whistleblower. In May of 2017, she had begun to distance herself from DOS. When Anthony Ames, her husband and fellow Nexium member, learned about her branding, he was furious, and the couple wanted out. Ames drove to Nexium's Albany office, demanding to recoup the money he believed he was owed for initiation cost and other Nexium expenses. As he confronted another member about his wife's brand, Ames kept his cell phone in his pocket and turned on its recorder. But this member he was speaking to wasn't just any other member, it was Lauren Salzman, daughter of Nexium co-founder Nancy Salzman. On the phone recording, Ames angrily revealed that he knew about the collateral that had been collected on the female members of DOS. As Salzman tried to calm him down, it's clear that there was nothing she could have said at that moment to satiate his anger. and this would be the first domino to fall. By 2017, multiple former members had asked New York state authorities to investigate NXIVM and its subgroup DOS. Specifically, Sarah Edmondson filed a complaint with the New York State Department of Health against Danielle Roberts, a licensed osteopath and follower of Raniere, who you'll remember is the woman who performed the brandings. But the Department of Health refused to pursue the complaint because their actions had been consensual. You can't arrest someone for branding someone else if the other person knew they were being branded and consented to it. So Edmondson had only one option left. Along with several other whistleblowers, she went to the press to tell her story. And thus began the moniker NXIVM received from the media as a sex slave cult and not a self-improvement company. And, the fact that Raniere turned out to have a cast of women who would be forced to have sex with him didn't help his case. The first story on NXIVM's dark underbelly in a major publication was an article in the New York Times reporting on the branding of its members. In this article, Edmondson detailed her experience of being branded, how she was recruited to DOS by Nancy Salzman, how the women were required to text their masters every day, and how to respond to their master's text within 60 seconds or face punishments such as paying penalties, fasting, or physical punishment. The article chronicled how members started questioning Raniere and his methods,
Wendigoon shaved his beard a while ago.
Exodus of his followers. A recurring theme throughout the article was that members asked authorities to intervene, but officials declined to pursue action, which once again, sadly kind of standard in these stories. As the article's main subjects, Edmondson and the other former members provided a majority of the testimony in the story. As NXIVM started to unravel,
Can he unshave it? I agree. I don't like it.
Slaves were ordered to delete encrypted messages between them and erase documents. As for Raniere, he did the smartest thing he could have done and fled the United States, moving into a villa near Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Raniere summoned his first-line masters, the initial 8 members of DOS, to Mexico at, quote, a gated community near Puerto Vallarta for a, quote, recommitment ceremony that former DOS member Lauren Salzman believed to include group sex.
Oh, Vallarta.
I mean, it's not funny to
Vallarta.
include
Vallarta.
I mean, it's not funny because this guy's evil and bad things happen to people. I understand that. But it is funny.
That's how you say it in
he's so stupid.
Uruguayan
he has
Spanish.
No
Vallarta.
Like, he lies about everything he does. He doesn't actually have any skills. So when the FBI starts investigating him and people are going to go to jail and it's a big deal, he goes to Mexico.
Puerto
like,
Vallarta.
Vallarta. I have an idea. It's just an orgy. Again, that's all he can come up with. Some of the women who accompanied Raniere to Mexico include Allison Mack and Nikki
Because it's
Klein,
2 double L's,
well
right?
Salzman herself.
Doesn't sound very good, though.
Low here for the next 5 months, stopping usage of his phone and switching email accounts until his eventual capture, which was prompted by an Instagram post shared by Klein that had mistakenly revealed their location, which is so perfect. He got
A glass of
Instagram
horchata.
post. How is he this stupid? I mean, look at this picture. It's not even a good post. And it's also so clearly incriminating the location. They're all stupid. In March of 2018, Mexican police descended on Raniere's villa with a warrant for his arrest and an extradition order. He was charged in the United States with racketeering, racketeering conspiracy, wire fraud conspiracy, forced labor conspiracy, sex trafficking conspiracy, and attempted sex trafficking. Again, not like sex trafficking isn't funny to clarify, but it is funny to get charged with sex trafficking and attempted sex trafficking because then it just sounds like sometimes you were bad at it. Lauren Salzman was in the bedroom with Raniere at the time of the police raid. And when they barged in, he ran to hide in the closet. From the closet, Raniere ordered Salzman to negotiate with the authorities through a closed door, telling her that they could not enter if she didn't allow them to. This is not true or how warrants work, and proved to be false when they kicked down the door, located Raniere, and dragged him away. It's also funny to think on top of everything else he was a sovereign citizen. Wouldn't surprise me. When Salzman was on the witness stand more than a year later during his trial, she recalled her confusion at Raniere's behavior. His hiding in the closet completely contradicted what he had taught in NXIVM about the roles of men and women. In many of NXIVM's courses, quote, men were presented as resolute protectors while women were described as self-absorbed and narcissistic. Which, okay, for one, you're telling me that the leader of this sex cult organization, who told everyone he was celibate while owning several sex slaves who referred to themselves as slaves and others as masters, who he forced to remain loyal to him, You're telling me this guy didn't practice what he preached? Wow. This is news to me. And also, I thought the whole reel that brought these people in initially, at least a lot of the women, was like about female empowerment and independence. So they go from that to being like, yeah, well, I was told that I'm bad for being a woman and men are protectors. How did he negotiate from one to the other? How long did that take? Those are like the opposite beliefs. You're fine with that now? In July of 2018, the case against Raniere expanded. A superseding indictment charged Raniere,
Thank you
Claire
for the
Bronfman,
follow.
Allison Mack, Nexium's
Enic
former
Mark
bookkeeper
Drive.
Kathy Russell, Lauren Salzman, and Nancy Salzman with racketeering conspiracy that included a bevy of crimes, such as identity theft, extortion, forced labor, sex trafficking, money laundering, wire fraud, and obstruction of justice. And nearly a year later, a string of guilty pleas from Raniere's inner circle all but sealed his fate. Because they might have been loyal to him for a while, but now that everyone's on trial, that guy did it. The woman who previously wanted to be referred to as Prefect was charged with identity theft, along with the illegal tampering of records as a means of influencing the lawsuit against Nexium. Prosecutors had found evidence, which Nancy admitted to, that she had altered voice recordings and removed damning portions in order to avoid turning them over to the prosecution in that lawsuit. Later that month, her daughter, Lauren Salzman, pleaded guilty to racketeering and racketeering conspiracy. Nancy was sentenced to 42 months in prison, while Lauren was sentenced to 5 years of probation and 300 hours of community service.
I know you have a hand tattoo. I do. I have one on my wrist too.
And therefore she
And
got
I
a
have
sentence. On April 8th of 2019,
this one.
Allison Mack pleaded guilty to the same charges
And I
as
have
Lauren
this
Salzman.
one.
Again, the daughter who got the lighter sentence. This was after prosecutors dropped all of Mack's charges related to sex trafficking and forced labor. In court, according to the New York Times, quote, Mack sobbed as she admitted that she had lured women into DOS by saying they would be part of a female mentorship program.
Is the battery new?
Mack
No.
had instead recruited them into the society as slaves, where some women were required to have sex
You are
with
stupid,
Raniere.
yeah.
But again, because of the confession and naming Raniere, she was only sentenced to 3 years. On April 19th of 2019, Claire Bronfman pleaded guilty to 2 charges related to identity theft and immigration fraud. Kathy Russell also pleaded guilty to visa fraud on the same day, and Bronfman was sentenced to 81 months in prison. So that just leaves us with Raniere himself. The 6-week trial began on May 7th, 2019. Prosecutors presented a strong case, as you could imagine, against the Nexium leader, as former members testified that, as the program's courses progressed, Raniere, quote, used psychological manipulation to indoctrinate his followers into obedience. Critics of Nexium faced retaliation and lawsuits, creating an internal culture.
I was spacing out and I need someone to ground me.
However, the majority of the trial focused on DOS, the program which prosecutors said Raniere founded to provide himself a, quote, flow of submissive women, which, yeah, that
I would never willingly
after
help
some
you.
intensely explicit and gruesome testimonies were given against Raniere, he was finally convicted on June 19th, 2019. Jurors deliberated less than half a day before they found Raniere guilty of all 7 counts: conspiracy, racketeering, sex trafficking, identity theft, forced labor, sexual exploitation of a child, and possession of child pornography. The last charge being, since some of the collateral images he was given by new members were of women who were not 18.
Oh.
You see how terrible they are, and somehow they find ways to be worse. Raniere was sentenced to life in prison, thankfully. More than a dozen victims, providing hours of statements, contributed to his fall. Raniere responded by accusing the trial's judge of corruption, demanding a new trial, and the judge would deny this request. Raniere's reign of terror had finally come to an end, but the media's reign of terror was just beginning. In the HBO documentary series, The Vow, there's a scene where a new recruit meets Raniere for the first time. The lead up to the meeting is intimidating. Raniere's followers had described their leader to this new recruit as godlike, with a world record IQ. He was, according to them, a judo master and a piano virtuoso. There was nothing he couldn't do. But when Raniere finally reveals himself at a small gathering, the result is almost laughably underwhelming. Instead of a god, what stands before the recruit is a small man with, for lack of a better word, a really dweebish vibe. It's an intentionally comical moment, played for laughs, as the voiceover asks, "This is the dude?" But this is probably the best possible visual testament to the contradictory nature of the cult of personality. The way these men are described by their followers, hailed, defended, exalted, is rooted in the way these followers are made to feel about them. not a reflection of who they really are. Anyone outside the circle of influence can see that clear as day. But those inside the circle don't see a man, they see an idea. Ranieri's almost flaccid appearance, contrasted with the weight of his influence and the severity of his crimes, is a phenomenon highlighted by the HBO documentary and the internet's memification of him. But in addition to his ability to influence, he had another weapon at his disposal: a female-focused trend by which he could cleverly disguise his true motives. As Vanity Fair wrote, quote, "Just as Manson capitalized on the imperfections of the free love movement, Ranieri enticed women into believing he could take the 2010s empowerment smorgasbord, wellness, activism, feminism, to its highest, purest level." With NXIVM, Ranieri fused a self-help company during a time when TED Talks were all the rage, with tech and Silicon
TED
Valley
Talks.
fads like biohacking. He used this mentality to coerce members to adopt extreme diets and deny their body's own desires. The vow featured Sarah Edmondson and Mark Vicent as its primary subjects, both former members who worked their way up NXIVM's internal hierarchy, called its Stripe Path, and who helped recruit high-profile members and expand the organization across North America. They were also the key players in NXIVM's downfall, speaking out in the New York Times piece in 2017. Edmondson hopes that the documentary helps keep people from making the same mistakes she did. Quote from the LA Times, "When people look at things like this, their instinct is to say, that would never happen to me. Only stupid people fall for stuff like this." The documentary helped dispel the myth of how people get involved. After all, nobody joins a cult on purpose, just like nobody gets into an abusive relationship on purpose, which is how these things always work. Once you're in the pot, it's hard to tell that it's heating up. An important part of the healing process for Edmondson was getting her brand of Ranieri's initials removed from her body. What's left on her is a 4-inch white line, a reminder of her strength and what she's gone through. A symbol that she says means she's a survivor. For Vicent, his experience with NXIVM, quote, broke his belief in goodness. When he left the group, his attitude towards personal growth was reactionary. He despised anything that had to do with human potential, unable to disassociate it from a scam led by psychopaths. Understandable, given all that he had been through in the name of self-improvement. As shown in the documentary, NXIVM was a cult built for the internet era. Members constantly filmed their activities and recorded conversations with each other and Ranieri, which is why it's even more poetic. He got by an Instagram post. Following the group's downfall, NXIVM has been re-examined through the same digital means. Jokes about NXIVM's a cappella group, which, yes, was a real thing. They called it Simply Human, because of course they did, spread online. And other tidbits about the group primed it for internet mockery. The fact that NXIVM, headquartered in suburban Albany, was once described by Ranieri as, quote, the Rome of the modern world, and NXIVM's midnight volleyball practices with Ranieri dressed in a certifiably insane outfit. This is the outfit, by the way. This is the guy that had a harem of women. All contributed to people making fun of it a lot, as they should. While we don't know if Ranieri is petitioning for a volleyball court in prison, we do know that terror is being served to him. On July of 25th, 2022, Ranieri was assaulted by a fellow inmate, Maurice Withers, with a closed fist on Ranieri's head and face. The former cult leader suffered, quote, a black eye, swelling, nausea, and dizziness for more than a week. His requests for ice packs to treat the swelling and pain were allegedly denied, which that's great. That's the best news I've heard all day. That's awesome. But isn't that like a human rights violation to have an inmate not help him? You know what else is a human rights violation? Rape. And he did that a lot more than not being an ice pack brought to him once. That's the wrong English altogether. But how did Ranieri's lack of magnetism enable him to make women fall for his spell? How did he amass so much power amidst his awkwardness and cringe-worthy conversations? These questions open up a much larger conversation on cults in general, because if history is doomed to repeat itself, it's only a matter of time before we see another Ranieri. And this one might be in your hometown. According to cult expert Steve Eichel, characteristics of a cult involve any kind of pressure to make a quick decision to become involved in an organization. This was the case for NXIVM, as its course application process pressured recruits to take advantage of a, quote, unique opportunity that might not come back around. One of the main reasons authorities have tremendous difficulty in prosecuting cult leaders is that members often say they're acting out of their own free will. And in many countries outside the US, it's difficult to bring cases of psychological manipulation to court simply due to an absence of laws on the subject. For example, some countries don't even have an agreed upon legal definition of a cult. In a May 2023 TED Talk called How to Spot a Cult, Ex-Nexium whistleblower Sarah Edmondson spoke about the red flags intended to help listeners distinguish a cult from a safe community. One of the main tactics she highlighted was love bombing, in which a special person or group of people use an excess of compliments to lull you into a false sense of security. Only after you've been manipulated do they reveal their true agenda. And of course, after they behave purely, they love bomb again, and the cycle continues. Former members speaking out against Raniere and Nexium, like Edmondson, as well as those depicted in The Vow, have been crucial in educating the public about the way these manipulative tactics are used in cults. Like I mentioned earlier, Allison Mack's podcast debuted on November 10th of this year, and it's a surprising move as she has largely stayed out of the public eye since her release after serving 2 years of her 3-year sentence. The podcast offers a critical look at how a group like Nexium was allowed to flourish, but we already know the answer. It marketed itself as a self-improvement group to a vulnerable group of men and women who were desperate to make themselves better. Nexium taught members that if they shared the most fragile parts of themselves with an audience, everyone could make sure they wouldn't fall back on their negative ways of thinking and acting. According to Business Insider, Raniere weaponized the allure of personal growth and masked the brutality of his methods under the rigors of self-improvement to hide his abuse. And he employed the presence of celebrities like Mac to legitimize the organization and attract other members. For writer Sarah Berman, if Raniere does leave a world-changing legacy, then it, quote, might be the way feds prosecute future sex trafficking cases. The use of racketeering legislation in such cases was rare when the Eastern District of New York first indicted Raniere in 2018, but it's since been used in high-profile cases against offenders like Jeffrey Epstein and R. Kelly. So hey, if Raniere didn't do it, maybe those cases wouldn't have gone as great as they have. They've gone great, right? I haven't checked the news, right, guys? Right? In conclusion, Nexium's downfall and public portrayal helped reshape how we discuss cults, the self-help industry, and psychological abuse in a time when society seems to be increasingly aware of psychological terminology. By building a belief system around the false promise of personal achievement, an oddly charismatic narcissist was, ironically, able to convince
thank
dozens
you,
of
Juno.
high-achieving
Thank you for the
individuals
5.
to work against their own best self-interest.
Can't give as much as I'd like, but I'm so proud of you, dude, and I really hope you can get a very cool and epic 3D model like you deserve for your hard work, even if you smell and beat me up. Yes. I hope so too. And I am going to rub myself all over you so you smell like me, and then I'm going to beat you up again.
Surrounding them with people they trust and coaxing many of them to hand over compromising information on themselves, he was able to keep them there. So the next time you find yourself questioning if you're about to join a cult, whether it's an especially enthusiastic group fitness class or a book club that your one friend who's way too into astrology just invited you to, look around. See if they welcome questions. See if you're able to leave without resistance or drama. And like most things in life, see if it involves a healthy balance of commitment. If not, then you, my friends, may have just found yourself ankle deep in the next example of a modern cult. Or, hypothetically, it could also be some dorks who like exchanging books. I don't know. But to be safe, you should probably assume they're a cult. And that should do it for the rise and fall of the Nexium cult. And above all else, I just want to say thank you for watching. Again, this is an interesting case that seems to be talked about more and more, and for good reason. So hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you to everyone for watching, and be sure to thank all the team members in the description who made this video possible. Again, get the redacted collection while you can at the link in the description at wendigoon.shop. New content on the way. That should do it for now. But before I go, we just want to say thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.
What if I didn't enjoy it? What are you gonna do then, Wendigooner?
Also, I know the reference I used at the beginning of the video, the whole frog and boiling water metaphor. I know that's not actually how it works. That came from an experiment where they like lobotomized frogs, and then lo and behold, they don't jump out of boiling water. Who could have guessed? And also, I probably missed a couple, so just to be safe, just bye.
Look, he looks so polite here. Dude, he looks so domesticated here. Ooh, Ghost Wives of King Henry
This video
VI.
is sponsored by Simply Safe. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
What?
When you think of a haunted house, you might think of creaky floors, flickering lights, maybe a door slamming itself shut in the middle of the night. Or maybe that classic trope where someone looks into a bathroom mirror, bends over to wash their face, and boom, looks back up into a jump scare of a ghost standing behind them. Our obsession with haunted spaces gives us a chance to confront and explore our primal fears and satisfy curiosities of the dark unknown. And there's usually some awful reason why the place is haunted in the first place. A violent tragedy that happened some years ago with residual unresolved trauma inviting evil spirits to haunt the living. Perhaps it was Victorian era literature that first reinforced this obsession. Folklore usually insists these spooky insights are a reflection of society's anxieties and flawed morality. But what if I told you that several haunted houses, specifically famous castles and halls, could be traced back to one source? One man determined to immortalize his legacy and reign, who left a trail of dead wives behind. Wives who, to this day, have been seen as spirits roaming the very same homes they were left in. Ghostly symbols of betrayal and injustice. This is the story of King Henry VIII. Whose political and marital ambitions, despite taking place centuries ago, serves as a reminder today of the human cost that comes with power. And to understand his story, how his ghost wives came to be, we must first understand how they lived and ultimately died. So hello everybody,
Hi.
Today we're going to be talking about King Henry VIII's ghost wives,
Woohoo!
and how many a haunted story trace their roots back to them. This was a video that was intended to come out on Halloween, but I didn't do that. So here it is now. So happy Halloween, let's pretend. Well, I'm sure
Woohoo.
many of you are familiar with King Henry VIII. You may not be familiar with how he inspired many a ghost story. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around after the ad as we talk about the ghost wives of King Henry. Of course, one of the scariest things that can happen is someone breaking in. I've had instances at my home or at a business where it seems like someone was 50% off on their products. Instead, his family. In January of 1486, Henry VII of Lancaster and Elizabeth of York
Divorced,
were married.
beheaded,
It was a
died
monumental
before
event that
divorced,
united
beheaded,
two major
survived.
families that had been fighting each other for years. This period of civil wars in England, called the War of the Roses, involved the House of Lancaster, symbolized by a red rose, and the House of York, symbolized by a white rose. Their battle for the crown started with King Henry VI of Lancaster, whose weak and ineffective rule created political instability and disputes between the noble factions. This fostered ambitious claims to the throne and feuds over governance, as economic woes lingered from the 100 Years' War with France, and on top of that, privatized armies further fueled these conflicts. One claim by Richard, the Duke of York, followed by his son Edward IV, led to brutal battles, including the Battle of Towton in 1461, which was, quote, probably the largest and bloodiest battle on English soil. Basically, the whole region was still in recovery from its war with France, and a bunch of rich families were able to hire private armies to carry out their campaigns. But it would be at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, when Henry Tudor, who would later go on to be known as Henry VII, that a battle would occur that would end the War of the Roses. There, Henry VII defeated the last Yorkist king, and thus began the Tudor dynasty. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York not only united the warring houses, but ushered in an era of political stability and centralized royal authority in England. The Tudor monarchy helped take England from medieval factional warfare to a period of religious reform, exploration, discovery, and a cultural renaissance. Even if, he had to kill Elizabeth's family member to take that throne, now they're married and everyone has one king, so good, right? Well, Henry VII and Elizabeth had two sons, Arthur and Henry, who would later become Henry VIII, our central figure to this story. This new generation symbolized the next step forward for a promising, united England, and both boys were raised to become the rulers that the country would need. As the firstborn son, Arthur was groomed to become the next king from the time he was a toddler. Even his name, Arthur, was given to him, quote, to evoke memories of the great British king. Or, the guy in Camelot with a round table full of knights. So, Arthur was named after the ideal British king. There was a lot of expectations on him. When Arthur was a toddler, his father, Henry VII, negotiated the preliminary Treaty of Medina del Campo with Spain. In this treaty, Henry VII proposed that Arthur would be married to Catherine of Aragon, the young daughter of the Spanish king and queen. And in 1496, after further negotiations, it was agreed that Catherine would come to England in 1500 when Arthur was 14 and Catherine was 15. She would end up arriving a year later in October of 1501 when she was 16 years old. Which, yes, is very young to get married, but let's just be thankful in this scenario that her husband was also her age, and not the ages people tended to be in child weddings at the time. Arthur and Catherine were married 1 month later in November of 1501. The couple set up their household at Ludlow Castle, located on the border between England and Wales. Everything was set for the newlyweds to settle in and ready themselves for the power that would soon be passed down from Arthur's parents. However, in March of 1502, only 4 months after getting married, Arthur fell ill. We're not sure exactly what to. Possibly tuberculosis, possibly the plague, or the dreaded sweating sickness that ravaged Tudor England during this time. While the exact cause remains unknown, theories suggest it could have been a type of influenza or a hantavirus, which came from rodents. And unfortunately for Arthur and the Tudor family, he died a month later on April the 2nd, 1502. Now, there's varying reports on whether Arthur was sickly his entire life and hit a final wall shortly after being married, or if he had been healthy and very suddenly died of his illness. Speculations of him being murdered most likely arose, but historians agree that disease is what caused Arthur's death. However, if Arthur was a sick child and weak his entire life, it would make sense for the royal family to lie to the public about the medical state of their future king, especially since Arthur was a symbol for England's bright future for a peaceful and flourishing England post-War of the Roses. Regardless, his young bride Catherine was now left a teenage widow in a foreign country. However, despite Arthur being dead, both England and Spain wanted to continue their alliance through marriage. So, the kingdoms agreed to have Catherine remarry Henry VIII once he was of age. And since Arthur's dead, Henry VIII is next in line for the throne. But in addition to Arthur's mysterious illness, rumors soon emerged surrounding his marriage to Catherine. Firstly, Catherine insisted that she never consummated her marriage to Arthur. We'll get more into this later as it relates to her marriage to Henry VIII, but her claim is especially important under Catholic law, at least, Catholic law at the time. Under this law, if Catherine did consummate her marriage to Arthur, that would make Catherine and Henry VIII brother and sister, and their subsequent marriage would be considered incestuous, invalid, and gross. For those that don't know, around this time, it was very important in royal courts that newlyweds do the deed. The marriage was not considered valid or consummated until the two, Because of that, if Catherine's saying that they never consummated the marriage, then that effectively means they were never married.
Died of
Meaning her and
influencer.
Henry VIII aren't siblings and can therefore get married and the alliance between the nations still be on. You can decide for yourself if you think they consummated the marriage or not based on these reports from the actual wedding night, which are, if nothing else, amusing. First of all, both Catherine and Arthur would have been put to bed in a very public ceremony. There would have been people to help Arthur prepare for bed and see that he was properly situated with his new wife. Even the Marquess of Dorset reported recalling that Arthur had gotten into bed beside Catherine, who was, quote, lying underneath the coverlet. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. For marriages as important as this one, there would probably be someone there to witness the conjugation. More than likely multiple people to prove that, the marriage is actually valid and all, which is funny until you remember that these were 15 and 16-year-olds. And then it is once again gross. In the book 6 Wives, writer David Starkey describes how the newly married couple had been accompanied by a third party. Quote, "What happened then, only God knows. The herald, a strictly contemporary witness,
Competitive
assumed that
sex
nature
with
had taken its
judges.
course, and thus these worthy persons concluded and consummated the effect and complement of matrimony." According to one witness, the morning after his wedding night, Arthur asked one of his servants to fetch him a cup of ale and said, quote, "For I have been this night in the midst of Spain." I bet he thought it was really funny for that one. Later, Arthur also openly said, supposedly, quote, "Masters, it is a good pastime to have a wife." That sounds so much like, he was 15, right? That sounds so much like a 15-year-old who hooked up for the first time. And a lot of scholars agree, considering Arthur was saying this very loudly to anyone that came around, that the prince might have been overcompensating, covering up the fact that he did not consummate his marriage. And as the witness who was described earlier left and just assumed that the consummation had happened. So there's a good chance that Catherine was right and the marriage was never actually consummated. Whether or not Arthur did in fact do the deed, it would be very easy for the people surrounding the royal family to lie about what they heard. And also, let's keep in mind, Arthur was only 15 at the time. He wouldn't be the first nor the last teenage boy to lie about his performance and experience in bed. And let's also keep in mind that these were two
Solomon
kids who were put
Spades,
into
thanks so
this
much for the raid.
situation
Welcome
against
in.
their will on behalf of giant empires across the world. Maybe they just didn't want to do it. But there is one folktale that sets the tone for the woes to come. In September of 1501, before Arthur married Catherine, he visited Haddon Hall in
Hello.
Derbyshire.
Thank you.
After a day of hunting, he went for a walk along the riverbank, eventually making his way toward the village of Hassop. As the evening went on, Arthur paused to rest by an old stone cross, and as he rested, a ghostly form of a woman appeared to him, dressed in white, who told him that he would marry a foreign bride and that the girl would soon be a widow. With that, she vanished, leaving Arthur to return to Haddon Hall, only to be informed that his intended Spanish bride had finally arrived in England. Now, there's many variations to this story. Some have Arthur sleeping, his encounter with the woman happening in a dream. Others place the events happening within the grounds of Haddon Hall itself. Quote, there's also variations on Arthur being told of Catherine's arrival or merely that he was to be married, but they all contain the same thing: a ghostly woman telling Arthur of his impending fate. When Arthur passed away, Prince Henry, his brother, was still a child, less than 11 years old. So naturally, as soon as Arthur was dead, he spent the rest of his childhood preparing for the throne. Catherine, meanwhile, lived on a, quote, limited allowance and later sporadic payments from the English royal family. Her father, Ferdinand, did not fully pay her dowry, or the traditional payment from a bride's family to the groom, to Arthur. And since she now was not to be married until Henry was of age, this meant that Catherine could not claim money from Arthur's lands to support her household. So the Spanish princess wrote home to complain about poverty, isolation, and mistreatment. And Catherine's treatment during this time was not incidental, as changing politics meant her arranged union to Prince Henry was not a done deal. Catherine's mother, Queen Isabella, died in 1504. This was obviously a personal tragedy for Catherine, but was also a threat to peace in Spain. The uncertainty, coupled with Catherine's unpaid dowry, caused Henry VII to consider other candidates for his son's future queen. As a result, quote, Catherine grew frustrated. In 1507, she told her father that she and Prince Henry were being kept apart. By 1508, plans were made for Catherine to return to Spain. But unfortunately for young Catherine, she would never step foot in her homeland again. That's because Arthur and Henry VIII's father, King Henry VII, died on April 21st, 1509. So at only 17 years old, Henry VIII ascended to the throne. Quote, within days of his father's death, Henry chose the 24-year-old Catherine of Aragon.
Thank you.
Now, some historians claim that
This is so hard. This is so difficult. I hate it here. I'm so bad at painting. I'm so bad at painting. But it's okay. It's okay.
Political play of the Spanish alliance with Catherine's powerful and well-connected family was too good to pass up, and that Henry was just honoring his father's dying wish. And according to the historic royal palaces, quote, other historians believe that the new
Are you
king
just fishing
was
for
actually
compliments?
in love
No.
with the strong-willed and
No. You don't understand. I tried so hard. I tried so hard. I tried so hard, dude. I'm so bad at this. This is my fourth try. Oh no, the tape. The tape.
intelligent princess. Either way, as for the new king, when Henry ascended the throne, he, quote, promised England the joys of spring after the long winter of Henry VII's reign. Henry proved to be the hotter and smarter brother, as he, quote, excelled in book learning as well as in the physical exercises of an aristocratic society. At 6 feet tall, he was powerfully built and a tireless athlete, huntsman, and dancer. And, you know, unlike his brother, he had a pulse. Publicly, Henry VIII
I was gonna say,
had
yeah,
all the makings
at least
of
he
a
was
perfect
alive.
partner for the young widow. And she said that her and his brother never consummated the marriage, so real convenient they're not siblings. The two married on June 11th, 1509, and were devoted to each other for many years. All was well. In fact, Henry trusted Catherine to act as regent while he was fighting in France. This meant Catherine was temporarily in charge and could rule on behalf of her husband. During this time, she successfully managed the kingdom and mobilized troops to defeat an invading Scottish army at the Battle of Flodden in 1513. And it was in this battle that the Scottish king, James IV, was killed. Catherine even left her safe haven of London to, quote, ride north with over 1,500 sets of armor for her troops. Once defeated, Catherine reportedly sent the Scottish king's bloodied cloak to her husband, Henry. Quote from the historic royal palaces, she wanted to send James's body too, but remarked that, quote, our Englishmen's hearts would not suffer it. So not only did he seem to trust her, but she led a successful defense and killed the enemy king, and then sent the war trophy to her husband. That is, by, medieval English definition, hot. Actually, that's hot to me today, too. While Catherine's prowess as a leader and partner to Henry VIII
That's what I was going to say.
Question, she still had one duty left to fulfill as queen.
Have kids?
Provide her husband with male heirs.
Oh, yeah.
Between 1510 and 1518, she suffered multiple stillbirths and miscarriages. The number of times Catherine became pregnant is unknown, but the closest she got to providing a son was in 1511. It was then that she gave birth to Prince Henry, Duke of Cornwall. The christening celebration included a lavish tournament at Westminster. But sadly, the baby died at just 52 days old, leaving the royal couple devastated. In 1516, 5 years later, Catherine gave birth to Princess Mary, who would later become Mary I. She would be Catherine's only child to survive to adulthood. Both Henry VIII and Catherine adored their daughter, yet Henry was still anxious for a boy. 2 years later, in 1518, Queen Catherine would endure her last pregnancy. The child, a daughter, did not survive. It's most likely that this final stillbirth may have been the breaking point for Henry and Catherine's relationship. The king was known to have affairs, notably with Lady Elizabeth Blunt, with whom he had an illegitimate son in 1519, Henry Fitzroy. The affair began around 1514, and Blunt was a young maid of honor at court when she caught Henry's attention. The affair lasted several years, which was long compared to the king's other infatuations. As for Henry Fitzroy, King Henry VIII not only recognized him, but gave him the title of Duke of Richmond and Somerset, something rare for a child born out of wedlock. The affair ended soon after the birth of their son, and Blunt ended up being married off to someone else, most likely because she had lower noble status. This public acknowledgement was important and set a precedent for the king's actions to come, as it showed that he was capable of fathering a healthy son. And the reason for not producing a legitimate male heir with Queen Catherine was the fault of the queen, or at least that was the idea. However, this affair paled in comparison to what was coming next. Anne Boleyn arrived at the royal court.
Grew up in the French court, wee bonjour.
Essentially, she was one of the queen's female personal assistants who helped with dressing, personal care, and managed her correspondence. Anne was raised and educated in the Netherlands and France, the latter of which saw her develop a strong interest in literature, music, art, and religious philosophy. Her views on religious reform would be instrumental in her later relationship with Henry VIII. When she arrived in England, Anne was described as being elegant, young, and intelligent. Henry was almost immediately obsessed with her, but Anne was not just another mistress. She turned down numerous advances from the king, quote, either for her virtue or in pursuit of her own or her family's ambitions. Instead, she held out for the possibility of marriage. So naturally, being the horn dog he was, Henry turned his attention to Anne's older sister, Mary Boleyn, who was also one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. The affair lasted somewhere between 1522 and 1525, and it's widely believed that Mary's daughter, Catherine Carey, was Henry's illegitimate child. But since Henry would never claim the child nor take Mary as his wife, we don't know for sure. The affair was only acknowledged because of Henry's own admission in a letter to Catherine. As for Anne, she knew that Henry was desperate for a son, so it's possible that Anne rejected him at first to ensure that she could become queen. But with Catherine at Henry's side, it seemed impossible. In order to marry Anne, Henry would first need to end his marriage to Catherine.
There's a musical
which was
about
very
this.
difficult to do during this time. Divorce was not only extremely rare, but formerly separated couples were not allowed to marry again. What Henry would need was a statement from the Pope that confirmed his marriage to Catherine was invalid. In other words, Henry needed an annulment. Once this was granted, the king would not only be rid of Catherine, but any children he would have by Anne would be legitimate heirs to the throne. Remember earlier the big question regarding Arthur and Catherine's marriage? Did they in fact do the deed? Well, that was the main argument behind Henry's case. He fixated on Catherine's marriage to Arthur and whether she had even consummated their relationship. Deep examination into his brother's supposed sex life would be incredibly weird for most people, but it was entirely on the table for Henry. If Henry could just prove that his dead brother Arthur had actually had sex with Catherine, then he could argue he married his own sister and was therefore guilty of incest, which is considered a serious sin in the church, and also, once again, seriously gross, and considered seriously gross by me. This would then make Henry's marriage to Catherine illegitimate, despite the Catholic Church allowing the union to happen. So in other words, if Henry can prove that Arthur slept with Catherine, it would make his current marriage retroactively null and void, which, you know, loving husband and whatnot. Henry had Cardinal Wolsey appeal to the Pope on his behalf, but Catherine would not go quietly. She was the Queen of England and deeply believed that the throne was her divine duty, as was her promise to God to be Henry's wife. More so, Catherine wanted to protect her daughter Mary from being declared illegitimate, which would happen if the marriage was considered null. If not already evidenced by her leadership qualities as a regent, Catherine was a, quote, proud and intractable woman who would carry on war against him for her child. She had very powerful allies and appealed to her nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, to support her case to the church. In 1529, she appeared in court at Blackfriars in front of her husband and two cardinals, one of whom was Thomas Wolsey. It was here that Catherine fell to her knees and publicly swore that she had never consummated her marriage to Arthur and that she had been Henry's true wife since their relationship began 2 decades ago. After years of investigation, Henry's case was finally settled. He lost, as the Pope refused to grant the annulment. But the king would not accept defeat, and what he did next was unthinkable. He broke ties with Rome and the Pope. Inspired by the Reformation, a movement that challenged the Catholic Church's authority, Henry declared himself the supreme head of the Church of England. This new title and position allowed him to decide England's religious future, which included, you guessed it, new rules about divorce and annulment. Think about that. All the years that England was directly tied to the Catholic Church, done away by a guy saying, I don't like my wife. If Martin Luther would have just thought of that, it might have been a lot easier for everyone. 7 years after their courtship had begun, Anne Boleyn married Henry VIII in January of 1533. Their marriage was technically bigamous due to the fact that
penis
his
can
marriage
do
to
incredible
Catherine
things.
was not yet
In my
annulled,
experience,
though it would eventually
no, it
be
can't.
annulled in May of that year. So for a few months, he was technically married to both of them. But I mean, he's making up his own rules at this point. As soon as it was, though, Anne was escorted by river to the Tower of London, where she prepared for her coronation in the royal apartments. Remember this Tower of London location for later. She then traveled to Westminster, where she was crowned queen on June the 1st, 1533. Also, because who cares at this point, Anne was also 6 months pregnant at the time. Henry and Anne's first child, Elizabeth, who will eventually be Elizabeth I, was born in September of 1533. See, it's confusing because eventually these people get names like the first, the eighth, you know, the terrible, the great, whatever. When they're a baby, they're just first name. I mean, it'd be kind of rude if you had a kid named Ivan and you were just like, the terrible, which to be fair, would probably make him terrible. In her new role as queen, Anne defended her husband's new religious and political policies by helping gather a new team in the court, which included Thomas Cromwell, newly appointed chief minister and supreme head of the Church of England. Part of Cromwell's new position as the head of a newly formed church was the dissolution of the monasteries. The religious houses were destroyed, pillaged, and sold off. The sacking of these institutions would test and eventually crater the Queen's support for the king. Anne, who had been under the impression that the profits from the old monasteries would go towards charity, took issue when Cromwell put those profits towards the royal coffers instead. Henry and Anne would have a falling out over this issue. On top of that, the couple did not have any more children after Princess Elizabeth. Several miscarriages between 1534 and 1536 may have contributed to Henry, who was always a spiritually superstitious man, to doubt whether he had made the right decision in marrying Anne. Which, wow, inventing a new religion to have an affair and then marry your mistress, that might have been a mistake. Who would have foreseen this? Naturally, Henry began to look outside his marriage for solutions, as his relationship with Anne, which had been built on passion and expectation, was now turbulent. Historians are divided on what actually transpired, but here's what we do know. We know that Henry went to Cromwell, again the head of the Church of England, and asked for a way out of the marriage. We know that Cromwell then devised a scheme to falsely accuse Anne of adultery. Cromwell placed spies in Anne's court and questioned her servants, which helped him gather information he would later use against her. During this, someone known as Lady Wingfield reportedly confessed on her deathbed that Queen Anne was not chaste, in other words, having affairs. And another woman at court said that her own unfaithful behavior to her husband was due to, quote, following the Queen's example. This hearsay was sufficient enough for Cromwell to begin the judicial process. And on April 24th, 1536, Henry signed a royal commission of oyer and termina, which meant hear and determine. The commission consisted of nobles, officers of the royal household, and 9 judges, assembled to decide if there was enough evidence to indict the Queen. The commission, which was headed by Cromwell, of course, included the Duke of Norfolk, who was Anne's uncle, as well as Thomas, Earl of Wiltshire, who was her father. As you could imagine, considering all of this was a conspiracy built by the king, things did not go well for the Queen, as evidence against her mounted. The wife of her brother George accused the pair of incest. A musician, Mark Smeaton, was arrested and confessed to having committed adultery with her. Sir Henry Norris, one of Henry's most trusted servants, was accused but refused to admit adultery with Anne and was subsequently arrested. Regardless of whether the evidence was real or not, the result was the same. On May 2nd, 1536, Anne was arrested and taken by barge to the Tower of London. Quote, a sham trial filled with Anne's enemies found her guilty, and she found herself a prisoner at the Tower of London in the same royal apartment where, just 3 years before, she had awaited her coronation. On top of that, the punishment for her treason was execution. That is right, execution, because people said you cheated on your husband. This was unprecedented for a queen. I mean, you're executing the queen. Henry VIII and Cromwell made sure that it was carefully managed within the walls of the tower, rather than at the public execution sites outside. However, there would still be a substantial crowd of courtiers and tower officials present for the event. She awaited her execution. It was clear that the trial wore Anne down. Quote, after everything that had happened to her in such a brief span of time, it's safe to say that she was worn out and ready to depart the world, as she made clear during her last days in the tower. The night before she was executed, Anne joked to the constable of the tower by saying, quote, I heard say the executioner was very good, and I have a little neck. Gosh, what a heartbreaking quote. Ow, she said before putting her hands around it and laughing. It seems Henry had granted her the small mercy of dying at the hands of a skilled swordsman rather than an executioner's axe. Sometime during her imprisonment, it is said that Anne wrote a poem titled, O Death, Rock Me Asleep. The poem was about how she welcomed and embraced death. Here's a stanza from it. Quote, O death, rock me asleep, bring me to quiet rest. Let pass my weary, guiltless ghost out of my careful breast. Toll on, thou passing bell, ring out my doleful knell. Let thy sound my death tell. Death doth draw nigh, there is no remedy. According to a letter written by someone present at the execution, Anne wore a white cape that was furred with ermines, which was an important statement to emphasize her rank as queen. Another report indicated that she wore a red kirtle, or a long gown or tunic. Red was the color of Catholic martyrdom, so it's possible she was also stating her innocence during her final breaths. In those last moments, Anne was dignified and composed. She wished to speak to the people and promised to speak on good words. She said, quote, Good Christian people, I am come hither to die, according to law, for by the law I am judged to die, and therefore I will speak nothing against it. I come here only to die, and thus to yield myself humbly to the will of the King, my Lord. And if, in my life, I did ever offend the King's grace, surely with my death I do now atone. Which, regardless of which account's true, if she was wearing red or she was wearing white, it points out the contradiction in her speech, saying she deserves this, she won't speak ill of the law, but her clothes are that of a queen or a martyr. Obviously, it seems starting up an affair with a king while he was married to Catherine isn't great, but that in no way is justification for the horror she's
I mean,
now
Anne
facing.
Boleyn was
But of
pretty
course,
young,
facing
wasn't
death
she?
Upright is powerful in its own right. Anne went on to ask the people to pray for the life of the king, calling him, quote, one of the best princes on the face of the earth, who has always treated me so well that better could not be. Then she asked for the world to pardon her for her accused sins. While we don't know for certain if her words were laced with a bitter irony, Anne was also probably considering the safety for her infant daughter, Elizabeth, fearing if she said too much against the king, her daughter may pay the price after her death. Anne's ladies-in-waiting helped prepare her for her death. She thanked each of them for their service and asked them to pray
Thank
for
you,
her
Nova
soul. She also
Helios.
forgave the headsman and handed him the sack of coins that was his payment. She was then ordered to kneel, say her prayers. The execution was quick. Traditionally, the headsman would hold up the victim's head and yell, quote, "So perish all the king's enemies." But there was no record of this at Anne's execution. Once her head fell, it was immediately covered by a white handkerchief, and within seconds, the cannons along the Tower Wharf fired off to signal Anne's death to the world and to the king. Most notably, Anne's body rested on the scaffold for a few hours after her execution because preparations for her burial had not yet been made. It was her ladies that finally came and cleaned her body, wrapping it in a white cloth out of fear that their mistress would be handled by inhuman men.
Ew.
The very next day, after Anne's execution, Henry was engaged to another woman, which real salt of the earth guy and all. Jane Seymour was Catherine and Anne's former lady-in-waiting, who, like Anne, initially refused the king's affections for her while he was still married. As you could expect, this only intensified his feelings for her. And seeing how Jane came from a family with 10 children, this genetic signal of fertility was a great match on paper for Henry, who was still hoping for a son. Jane was aware of what had happened to the two prior queens. One having a new religion created to get rid of, and the other one being gotten rid of by an ex. So she was much more meek and submissive than Catherine or Anne. One report said that Jane begged Henry to restore the monasteries he had dissolved not long before, but Henry told her not to meddle and, quote, not to forget what happened to the last queen. It's really cool the king can just threaten to murder his wife. Everyone's like, God save him and whatnot. What's the British word? Posh. The king is so posh. I don't even know if that word applies. However, unlike Catherine and Anne, Jane gave Henry what he wanted. And on October 12th, 1537, she gave birth to a son.
God save
that
him
would
or
grow up to be
whatnot.
King Edward VI. But his birth was not without complication and hardship. Jane was in labor for 2 days and 3 nights. The baby was born healthy, but cost Jane her
Divorced,
life.
beheaded,
She
died.
passed away
Yeah.
12 days later at only 29 years old, having been married to Henry for only a year and a half. Differing reports from historians have stated that Jane's cause of death could have been from an infection from a retained placenta, a puerperal fever, or a pulmonary embolism. Since, the king didn't kill this one, Jane was the only wife of Henry VIII to receive a queen's funeral. And it was Jane that the king chose to be buried alongside him when he died. Supposedly because she didn't live long enough to make him mad. And also, he liked the whole son thing. After her death, Henry had to face the music that was made from his own hand. Since Henry had broken from the Roman Catholic Church, the religious split left England vulnerable against a new alliance that was forming between Catholic France
Yes,
and
divorced,
Spain. Henry hoped
divorced,
that marriage would
beheaded,
once again
died,
strengthen his
divorced,
position
beheaded,
by
survived.
allying with other countries that also
So the next one is
challenged
also getting
Pope's
divorced,
authority.
and then
task
the
of
other
royal
one after that
matchmaking
is
went to
getting
Henry's chief
is also
minister,
losing her
Thomas
head.
Cromwell, because of course he's still around.
Sorry,
who
not
found a
sorry
worthy
about
candidate
what
in
I
Anne of
said.
Cleves.
I'm just
So
trying to
yes,
have some
another Anne.
fun.
Like England, Cleves was a, quote, Catholic.
You guys ever seen Six the Musical? It's an interesting interesting motherfucking thing. I can't lie to you. I can't lie. Sorry, not sorry about what I said. I'm just trying to have some fun. Don't worry, don't lose your head. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. LOL, say oh well, go to hell. I'm sorry, not sorry about what I said. Don't lose your head.
State open to religious reform. So because King Henry wanted to get divorced, he made enemies of anyone that was still allied to the Catholic Church, which was most of Europe. So he better start making friends or wives fast. The matchmaking began after Henry saw a portrait of Cleves, and she was soon sent off to England from Dusseldorf, Dusseldorf being the place she was born. However, their union was doomed from the start, mostly because, major red flag, Anne of Cleves only spoke German, while Henry only spoke English. So the two of them couldn't communicate. I know a lot of people make jokes about guys just thinking with their pants, But then there is thinking on behalf of an entire empire and future generations in your country with your pants. To the degree you see a pretty portrait of a woman, who cares if you can ever speak to her? Let's have a royal wedding and join our two empires together, because I thought she was hot. To make matters worse, Henry made a terrible first impression, if you could believe it. Upon their first meeting, Henry dressed in disguise so that the two of them could experience love at first sight. What? But Anne didn't recognize him and consistently kept pushing him away. What he had thought to be a romantic, chivalrous first meeting turned into the opposite of whatever a meet cute is. Naturally, Henry was insulted and went off to his man Cromwell to complain, saying that he didn't want to marry her anymore. Cromwell told him that to reject her now would ruin the alliance with the Cleves, so Henry went through with it anyway. Dude is so full of himself and has so many yes men that he assumed if he wore normal clothes, she would fall for him, not knowing him to be the king, and that she would then choose to put away the alliance she was going to do by marrying the king to instead marry this peasant who's actually the king. This guy had to be insufferable to talk to. However, Cleves and Henry did not consummate their marriage. The new queen reportedly asked Cromwell for advice in the following months, but Cromwell refused to see her out of fear of upsetting the king. The marriage wouldn't last long, and it was annulled barely 7 months later. But because they didn't speak the same language, Cleves didn't even realize what was happening until 3 days beforehand. Understandably, she was terrified for her life, knowing what had happened to Henry's previous wives. But she was reassured that she would not be getting the same treatment. Instead, Henry offered her a deal. If she remained in England, she would be granted the prestigious title of the king's sister. It is amazing this man was not assassinated. Cleves accepted the offer and was bestowed with vast amounts of property, including Henry VII's Richmond Palace and later Hever Castle, which was the former childhood home of Anne Boleyn. Cleves also received an annual income of 500 British pounds, as well as revenue from several estates. She was also allowed to keep all of her dresses and jewelry, and quote, she eventually wrote to her family to assure them she was safe and would not be returning. In her final gesture as Henry's wife, Cleves returned her wedding ring and asked that it be broken into pieces, quote, as a thing which she knew of no force or value. So with Henry back on the hunt, he turned his sights where his sights were always turned, towards his former wives, ladies in waiting. Catherine Howard was a teenage lady.
Oh yeah, Catherine Howard was the youngest one.
And was first cousin to Anne Boleyn. This man loves just repeating names, doesn't he? Henry's interest in Howard was known throughout the court, with one observer noting that the king, quote, crept too near another lady, and Anne of Cleves herself complained that her new husband was attracted to Howard, although once again she spoke German, so no one cared. 3 weeks after he annulled his marriage to Cleves, Henry and Catherine got married. Coincidentally, the wedding also happened to take place on the same day that Thomas Cromwell was executed for a rumor that he had plotted to rebel against the king. What a romantic start to a honeymoon. Despite his obsession with producing male heirs, Henry and Catherine Howard never had any children. Sadly, because he can't help himself at this point, Catherine was found guilty of infidelity. But it was far from a matter of cheating. The men she was accused of engaging with were widely known sexual predators that most likely coerced her one way or another. The men who took advantage of her included Henry Maddox, her music teacher, Francis Dereham, a secretary to the Dowager Duchess, and Thomas Culpeper, who happened to have been a distant relative to Howard by her mother's side. Upon being confronted with the truth about Howard's past, the king fell into a deep depression from which he never fully recovered, which is incredibly dramatic. Which, yeah, under normal circumstances, if you found out your wife was cheating, that would be devastating. But dude, you have had so many at this point, and also you were already attracted to this one while you were married to the previous one, and you were attracted to that one while you were married to the one before that, much less the fact that she might have been forced into these positions.
Sexy man.
Catherine Howard was 18 years old when she was executed for her adultery and treason. And as a result, a bill was shortly passed after which, quote, stipulated any future queen who failed to disclose her unchaste past would be guilty of treason. Oh yeah, it's not even a past as in a past to this marriage, it's a past as in before you were married. That makes it all the more absurd. You found out your fifth wife had slept with someone else, so you kill her? History is so weird. Are you telling me no one wanted to kill this guy? Or no one tried? It's gotta be a British thing. You all need to get it together. The people she was accused of sleeping with, Francis Dereham and Thomas Culpeper, were also executed, and their rotting heads were likely hung up near the Tower of London, where Howard's execution took place. At 50 years old and afflicted with various ailments, Henry VIII was reaching the end of his life. Still focused on producing heirs, he realized he needed a wife who would care for him in his old age as a consort and companion. In contrast to the teenage Catherine Howard, 30-year-old Catherine Parr was an older and experienced woman. Parr would be the last of Henry VIII's 6 wives, and caught the attention of the king as a friend of his daughter, Lady Mary. For those keeping score at home, this Lady Mary was the daughter of Henry's first wife, Catherine of Aragon. Parr and Henry married on July 12, 1543, at Hampton Court Palace. Although she was not as meek as some of her predecessors, she was not as bold as the first Catherine. She had believed in seeing Protestant reform in the Church of England, but many church leaders considered her views to be heretical. She often enjoyed debating her husband about reform, possibly even in an attempt to persuade him. But Henry became annoyed and shared his frustrations with conservative Bishop Garnder. The bishop jumped at the chance to quash any notion of reform and implicate Parr in heresy. So, he launched an investigation into the new queen and her ladies. It's just so absurd that Henry would marry someone and then not like them and then stage a massive political or religious coup to have them executed or excommunicated. Except for Anne of Cleve. She spoke German, so she's fine and gets a lot of money. Once she caught a glimpse at an order for her arrest, Parr immediately faked an illness and begged to see the king. She explained to him that, quote, she only argued with Henry to learn from him and to take his mind off his illness and injuries. She was a silly, poor woman, and the king was her only anchor, supreme head, and governor here on earth, next to God. All the while, Parr had any incriminating books removed and was left safe from the certain doom that had befallen so many of Henry's past wives. In his later life, Henry became obese, his waist measuring at 54 inches and requiring him to be moved around with the help of mechanical devices. A jousting accident in 1536 saw the king suffer an untreatable leg wound, and as a result, the chronic wound festered and became ulcerated.
Ew.
Finally, on January 28, 1547, Henry VIII died of natural causes in Whitehall Palace on what would have been his father's 90th birthday. It's easy to forget Henry's 6 wives, 3 who shared the same name, but they made their presence known and immortalized their own legacies, connecting their corporeal being to the places that imprisoned them. One of the longest living of these was Henry's first wife, Catherine of Aragon, who saw her husband last in July of 1531. Banished from court and forbidden from seeing her daughter, Princess Mary, Catherine was moved from house to house from 1531 until 1536, where she was gradually stripped of her friends and servants. Henry did this to isolate her from potential allies, as Catherine had been queen for over 2 decades and still had significant support. I mean, as mentioned, she helped lead the military against the Scots. It was on May 23rd, 1533, that her marriage to Henry was finally annulled. But she would not bend, refusing to accept Henry's new church, new wife, or her new title. 1 year later, Catherine was moved to Kimbolton Castle, where she continued writing to her allies, expressing concern for her daughter. Despite her deteriorating health, Henry forbade Mary from visiting her mother. Catherine's Spanish allies begged Henry to let them see her. While some were granted permission, others went to Kimbolton behind his back. And on January 7th, 1536, Catherine of Aragon died at 50 years old. Henry and Anne were reportedly relieved of the news, and it was suggested that Catherine was poisoned by Anne, by Henry, or both. However, while being prepared for her burial, it was discovered that Anne's heart was discolored with a black growth, perhaps a dark symbol for what she had endured, but realistically, she probably suffered and died from cancer, hence the black growth. Catherine was buried at Peterborough Cathedral, and her last words to Henry in a letter were, quote, "For my part, I pardon you everything. I make this vow that mine eye desire you above all things." She signed it, Catherine the Queen.
Yes,
Which I guess it's
bitch.
true then that throughout all of history, baddies have been falling for men far below their pay grade. Tragic. Today, Catherine's ghost is often sighted at Kimbolton Castle, the site of her final confinement and death. While she was still alive, Catherine limited herself largely to one chamber, quote, "where her ghost has supposedly been seen, though it has also been sighted walking along the inner gallery." The The castle is also thought to be haunted by the ghost of a child who died after falling from the battlements. The castle underwent renovations in
What's this fucking
1690
kid
to
doing here?
1720 to match the updated modern style of the
Imagine
time.
if you were
As
a
a result, Catherine's
centuries
ghostly
old
legs and
ghost
lower
of
body
a
reportedly
queen.
project from the ceiling.
What if you were the fucking former queen of England, dead as hell, and then randomly just some kid shows up at the place that you're haunting? I'd be like, kid, get your own fucking place to haunt. I don't want you.
While on the next floor up, her head and shoulders glide along the floor. This new position suggests that Catherine's ghost walks the same pathway she did when she was alive. But the rebuilding and change in the building's foundation moved where those halls actually sit. While Catherine's ghost is said to haunt only one location, the violent manner of Anne Boleyn's death resulted in her ghost haunting more places than any other of Henry's wives. Which, according to legend, but where's the fun in that? A ghostly Anne has been seen wandering the grounds at the Tower of London, always headless, though sometimes with her head nestled in her arm. In 1864, a guard saw the former queen as a figure in white. Thinking she was an intruder, he rushed at her with his bayonet, ready to strike. But instead of hitting flesh, the guard went straight through her. Realizing he had tried attacking an apparition, he fainted. Anne's ghost has also been spotted at her childhood home, Hever Castle, especially around Christmas, where she wanders the castle singing melancholy songs. She's often seen on Christmas Eve, crossing the castle's bridge over the River Eden and onto where Henry VIII first courted her.
You guys believe in
Another
ghosts?
site that Anne's ghost is said to haunt is Blickling Hall, which belonged to her father, Thomas Boleyn. In rather dramatic fashion, a headless Anne apparently arrives at the hall on the anniversary of her death in a carriage drawn by a headless coachman. It's also believed that Thomas Boleyn haunts Blickling as well. Like father, like daughter. Anne has also been said to appear at Hampton Court Palace wearing a blue dress, as well as at Marwell Hall and Windsor Castle, the latter of which is apparently home to a number of ghosts, as I imagine most structures would be in England because the buildings are like a millennia old. That's a lot of years for someone to die there. As for Jane Seymour, she supposedly returns to Hampton Court Palace on the anniversary of her son's birth, October the 12th. Walking through the cobbled grounds and on the stairs near a gallery, usually carrying a candle, Jane is often seen dressed in white. She is also said to haunt the Seymour house of Marwell Hall, though she remains indoors. Funny enough, with no ill will between herself and Henry, Anne of Cleves seems to be happily at rest in the afterlife, with no ghostly sightings reported. Turns out, all you have to do to get along with him is just not talk to the guy. As for Catherine Howard, well, as mentioned earlier, she was placed under house arrest when accusations of her unfaithfulness first emerged. Legend has it that she managed to escape her guards and fled down the haunted gallery at Hampton Court Palace, where she found the king at prayer. She screamed her innocence and became hysterical, repeatedly banging on the doors until she was dragged away, still screaming. Allegedly, her screams can still be heard along the gallery, and many people have apparently felt overcome by emotion at the sight. Howard herself has been seen walking across the gallery towards the royal pew before being pulled backwards,
When
screaming
denier
at the top
supposed
of her
to
lungs.
be
Howard
like,
has also
must
been
have been
seen,
a
although much
ghost.
more sporadically, at the Tower of London, where she was executed. Catherine Parr is said to haunt Sudeley Castle, where she is buried. Reportedly, the sixth wife roams the castle corridors looking for her infant daughter, who is believed to have died around the age of 2. In 1860, a worker on the estate, Fred Simmons,
What do you even say?
encountered Parr's ghost. He encountered it when he was called in to fix a broken blind by Emma Dent, who was the mistress of the castle at the time. Mistress as in running it, not like she was having an affair with the castle. Probably. After repairing the blind that evening by candlelight, Simmons went through the Chandos room. It was then that his candle suddenly went out. He then felt a woman rush past, her silk dress rustling. Simmons presumed it to be Mrs. Dent, but on speaking to the castle housekeeper, Mrs. Bayliss, he discovered that no one else had been upstairs at that time. Quote, he later confessed that sometime previously, he had taken a tooth from Catherine Parr's coffin. Writing in his notebook, he said, quote, could it be so that the ghost of Catherine was permitted to roam over those old precincts, making night hideous, and to fill with awe those who have been guilty of robbing the dead? Perhaps unsurprisingly, his wife soon urged him to return the tooth to the coffin, which, even if you don't think you're haunted, probably don't steal body parts from a coffin.
Probably,
As for the
yeah.
big man himself, Henry VIII was buried in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle. His ghost is said to haunt both Windsor Castle and Hampton Court. At Windsor, he wanders the castle, groaning in pain as a result of the ulcer on his leg, while at Hampton Court, his ghost was apparently caught on a security tape in 2003. I'll let you be the judge of that. In short, these legends surrounding the ghost wives of Henry VIII help explain their lives, their treatment by the king, and overall the Tudor-era themes of guilt and sin. Maybe more than anything, these hauntings are spectral tales that act as allegories for power and betrayal, and ultimately the divine justice served as a result. For Catherine of Aragon, her ghost could be seen as a symbol for faith in suffering, as she was abandoned after refusing her marriage's annulment. Henry's first wife is often seen as the martyr and a beacon of virtue who was wronged by political and personal ambition. In Anne Boleyn, the most famous ghost wife, her spirit appearing at multiple locations could possibly signal to us the injustice and consequences of obsession. Appearing headless in many folktales, she represents how Henry's guilt silenced and ultimately destroyed her. With Jane Seymour, her maternal devotion and sacrifice could be a hallmark symbol of her ghost as she arrives on the anniversary of her son Edward's birth. By holding a candle at Hampton Court, she is a symbol of purity and loss, and she's long remembered for giving Henry the male heir he had long hoped for. The Screaming Queen of Catherine Howard, forever crying for mercy before being dragged to her execution, could possibly symbolize an innocence lost as a result of her youthful betrayal at the hands of the king. Anne of Cleves is the only woman to have no haunting associated with her. She lived out a life in peace, post-annulment, and detached herself from Henry's destructive court. And lastly, Catherine Parr, appearing sometimes as a peaceful ghost, reflects her time on earth as someone who outlived Henry, sharply contrasting with the unyielding torrents of his other wives. There's an odd satisfaction in her being Henry's final wife, symbolizing closure and spiritual resolution. Even today, ghosts and spirits are considered in lore to return to the land of the living because of unfinished business, whether it's to cause guilt or dole out divine punishment. Such is the case in the ghost wives of Henry VIII. There's a collective unresolved suffering that repeated itself over and over again, 6 times in fact. Infatuation turned to love, turned to
Oh,
cruelty.
thank you.
Faith followed by betrayal.
I used to have one
As
on my
much
thumb,
physical
but I
pain
lost it.
Henry found himself in later in life is probably reflected here in his ghostly indictments. 6 women, a chorus of the wronged and silenced, whose presence today, either in myth or reality, haunt his legacy as much as the halls they roam. Except, of course, for Anne of Cleves. She seemed pretty okay. And that will do it for the story of Henry's ghost wives. Like I said, sorry this didn't come
Sorry,
out
not
on
sorry
Halloween,
about
but I had
what
to
I
talk about it. I just
said.
think it's so
I'm
cool
just trying to
take
have some
misdeeds in
fun.
history and talk about ghost stories and legends around.
Don't worry, don't worry, don't lose your head. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. LOL, say oh well, or go to hell. I'm sorry, not sorry about what I said. I lose your head. Don't lose your head. Tall, dark, sexy Mannix told me all about dynamics. He was 23 and I was 13 going on 30. We spent hours strumming the lute, something the chords and playing the flute. You finally where I wanna be, and maybe this is it. He just cares so much, this one's legit. We have a real connection. Cause all you wanna do, baby. I haven't watched it in a long time. I thought I don't really fuck with the idea of turning the King Henry VIII's wives into a musical, but whatever. The songs do kind of bang. So on Ko-fi, it says that we are at 2,996. I do have to remember that Turn, when he donated through Streamlabs. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that we did 3,000. because I was just checking now, and I remembered yesterday he donated through Streamlabs, so it didn't get counted. So for the rest of the year, channel point redeems will be half off. And mods, if you can make that change between now and tomorrow, that'd be great. If you guys are here, I don't know if you are. You can just make them all half off. This is my Bloody Irene. I kind of was going crazy on the painting. I think I need to learn when to chill the shit out. But it looks cute. I like the blood. I mean, I think from here up, it's nice. 0.5 point first redeem. Yeah. Anyway, half off everything but double bald. Unfortunately, I wish I could do that, but I cannot. I am a man of my word. All right, let's see. I kind of want to raid big today so I can just drop you guys off and run. Oh, hi, Sarge. Thank you. We were just about to head off, actually. Yeah, welcome in, welcome in. I hope that you guys had a good stream. I'm gonna throw you guys towards Project Melody right now. Damn, you got a nice voice for a dude. Thank you, brother. I'm gonna throw you guys over to Project Melody. She's playing Dispatch, so you can go ahead and experience Dispatch again. I think Melody has she has followers only mode on. So thank you. So I don't know if you guys will be able to do the little raid message, but if you can, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the watercolor day. We're kind of slowing down when it comes to when it comes to progress, but I think that we're still doing pretty good. Yeah, I hope that you guys have a lovely rest of your day, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some more bullshit. And don't forget, okay? Don't forget, chat. Don't forget. Don't forget. SpongeBob. Big guy. Pants. Okay. Okay, bye. It's okay. It's like a sleeper agent for me. It's like a code that makes me that makes my brain stop working or some shit. I love it. Oh man.